It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, January 30th, 2017. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani back inside our New York City studio. It is the last Monday in January this year. How about that? Isn't that crazy? January's almost done. January 30th. This is wild. 1 month down. Time is flying, my friends. You must enjoy it. Enjoy time. Enjoy life. Be happy. It's good to be alive. Coming off, of course, an eventful weekend in the world of mixed martial arts, we have a lot to discuss right off the top. So let me do this. Let me quickly run down today's lineup. I'm very excited about today's show. As always, I try to book a guest that will excite me, or I should say a show that will excite me. I try to book guests who will excite me. So that is usually par for the course. So let me do that, and then we'll talk about the weekend that was, because, like I said, there's a lot to discuss there. At around 4:05, we're going to be joined by Ryan Bader, Darth Bader. Maybe I'll talk to him about my son's infatuation with Darth Vader. We'll also talk about his current free agent status, how's that going, updates, news, all that good stuff and more. At around 3:50 p.m. Eastern Time, we're going to be joined by Valentina Shevchenko. What a performance on Saturday night. She submits Juliana Pena in the second round via armbar. That transition from someone who is not known for her ground game was phenomenal. I mean, I had to watch it over and over again. I mean, she looked like one of the most skilled grapplers in the UFC. It was beautiful. It was seamless. It was just like, it just flowed so nicely. What a finish by Valentina Shevchenko. What a performance from someone who should probably be fighting at 125 pounds. I also thought that she looked to be in maybe the best shape that she's been in the UFC. You could tell she just seemed fitter. A phenomenal win, a really impressive performance, and now it seems like they're going to go ahead and do the rematch with Amanda Nunes. They first fought at UFC 196. Solid fight, 3-round fight. Shevchenko came on very strong late, ran out of time. Now it's for the belt. They brought Amanda Nunes into the cage afterwards. An entertaining tete-a-tete, face-off, if you will. And I thought it was very interesting to hear Dana White, among other things that he said in the post-fight press conference. How about the fact that he just showed up, which I thought was telling in its own right, but that he said that, no, we're going to put a stop to all this jumping around. Nunes wanting to fight for 145, that's not happening. And he stopped short at saying that he almost regrets doing the women's featherweight title. They haven't added any other fighters. Cyborg is currently unavailable. And it seemed like he regretted it. Now, we'll see after 208. We'll see how that pay-per-view does. But I don't know how long that division is going to stick around for. The right call is to have the number one contender in the 135-pound division fight the 135-pound champion. And I think that's a great fight. I don't know if it will sell as much as Pena versus Nunes, because Pena talks a very good game. And I feel for her. I really do. I mean, a win... If you look at her run thus far, and if you include the Ultimate Fighter, she did enough to get a title shot. The problem for her was her win streak coincided with the return of Ronda Rousey. If Ronda didn't come back when she did, she probably would have gotten the next shot. But you have to give it to Ronda. She's the former champ. She's the star. And then she takes this dangerous fight against Shevchenko, and you see what happens. So you have to feel for Juliana Pena, and you hope that she doesn't fall too far back in the queue. Anyhow, we'll talk to Shevchenko at 350. We'll talk to Derrick Lewis, who's now one half of the main event in Halifax at 245. The Black Beast versus Travis Brown going down in Nova Scotia on February 19th. So they take that fight away from Brooklyn. They put it in the main event. This speaks to a larger issue going on right now in the UFC. The 208 card wasn't compensated for this loss, and I think that is a problem. Good for the Halifax fans. It was supposed to be JDS versus Struve. I think this is an equally as interesting fight, but I do feel for the fans in Brooklyn as well. We'll talk to him about that. Quentin Jackson will stop by. My good friend Rampage Jackson at 225. Talk to him about his rematch against Muhammad Lawal on March 31st. 205 will be joined by Anthony Rumble Johnson. There's a lot to talk to him about. It was announced midweek last week that he'll be fighting Daniel Cormier for the second time, April 8th in Buffalo. Talked to him about that. Black Zillions, a lot to talk to Rumble about. 145, Angela Hill will stop by. Her first time on this program. She returns to the UFC on Saturday against Jessica Andrade. A very important fight at 115. She is the Invicta strawweight champion. Was released from the UFC, went to Invicta, did very well there. Now she's back in the UFC. Had that issue with USADA. I'm looking forward to talking to Overkill Hill at 145. And at around 125, 130, we'll be joined by Francis Ngannou. What a performance. Now, I believe 5-0 in the UFC, 10-1 overall. A star on the rise at heavyweight. He defeats Andrei Arlovski in the first round via TKO. Remember the name, Francis Ngannou. Okay, so UFC on Fox in Denver this past Saturday. I told you about Shevchenko. We'll talk to her in a bit. An amazing win. She cements her place as the number one contender. And Ngannou defeats Andrei Arlovski, and interesting to hear how much Dana White was pushing him. This is a guy who they are excited about, who they need, who could potentially open some doors for them in France, originally from Cameroon, the country of Cameroon, the continent of Africa, and now lives in France, trains out of France, and his story is really a great one. I mean, if they can push this guy, he's learning how to speak English better. He did his post-fight interview with Brian Stan in English, which I think goes a long way. He's got the look. He can certainly, finish fights. He is an intimidating presence. And he's only getting better. I mean, he's only been doing this for what? Less than 4 years? That's a scary thought. So that was a great win over Andrei Arlovski, and you have to wonder where Arlovski goes from here. You think that he'll probably get another shot, but this was an opportunity to really build a new contender, and they certainly did that. And how about Jorge Masvidal calling his shot, asking for the fight against Donald Cerrone? I thought the fight should have been stopped in the first round. I thought that it was waved off. I thought that Cerrone had enough. I thought he was out. They bring him back out. Masvidal continues with the pressure, goes to the body, and then eventually finishes Donald Cerrone. Again, in hindsight, you could say, oh, Cerrone packed on too much. Kind of reminded me of the Nate Diaz fight when he went, I think, like 4-0 that year, then takes one more fight, and it just seemed like a little too much, a little too soon. But, you know, he wanted to fight in Denver. This is something, no one forced him to take this fight. He did it. That's who he is. Fights Masvidal. Biggest win of his career. That's the finish he needed. That's the performance he needed. That's the one he has been searching for, that he had kind of been missing on his resume. Like a great win, an emphatic win, a finish, a dominant win over a big name, a contender. That to me is the performance that had been kind of eluding Jorge Masvidal for quite some time. And so he gets it on Saturday, and now we'll see where he goes from here. And he asked for the fight. Kudos to him. In Cerrone's backyard. Also, Jason Knight with a phenomenal win over Alex Caceres. I thought that was really impressive, and kudos to him for calling out Do Ho Choi, the Korean Superboy, afterwards. That's what you got to do. You got to seize the moment. You got to ask for someone on a big stage. Also, it was nice to see him pay respects to his late father. And Rafael Sunsao, by the way, with a nice win over Aljamain Sterling. What can you say, Aljamain? After signing that contract, it's been a rough go for him. So I watched half of the card live. The other half I watched via tape delay, via DVR, because I was in England this past weekend. I was in Manchester for that interview with Conor McGregor. By now, you probably heard of it. Hopefully, a lot of you watched it. And it certainly was a unique experience. It was one that I'll never forget. A lot of people have been asking me, oh, can you tell us about the weekend? I'll tell you a little bit about it and some takeaways as well. Flew out Friday night, got there Saturday morning, early Saturday morning. And I have to say this about the people who put it all together. This company called An Experience With. I mean, these guys are, and women as well, they are first class. I mean, I was blown away by how well they treated me. From everything, the accommodations, picking me up, and just, everything. And you know what was amazing about them? I've never worked with these people before. Not once, contrary to what some people want you to believe, not once did they ask me, what are you going to talk to Conor about? Can you tell us some questions? Where are you going to go? What direction? What's the flow? They never asked me once. And I was actually kind of waiting for them to ask me. I was waiting for someone to be like, okay, so like, what are you planning on doing? They literally just gave me the keys to their figurative car and said, go ahead and drive it. Take it wherever you want to go. that was amazing. I mean, I was kind of blown away by the trust that they put in me. So kind of hung out for a little bit. You could tell like there was a massive buzz in the air. There were people roped off from the early afternoon just waiting to catch a glimpse of Conor, just fans hanging out outside the hotel. And so I went to the venue. This venue was like this open shell of kind of like a convention hall. Half of it was for this event. The other half was a bar mitzvah. So like when I went to the bathroom, I can hear Hava Nagila and bar mitzvah songs being played, which actually kind of put me a bit at ease. Not to say that I was nervous, but it was nice to hear. So I got there around 2 hours before, way too early. I didn't really have anything to do. Went out, mingled with some of the fans. 5,000 people were there. I was told the most expensive ticket was $1,800 USD. There was a floor seating area with tables. People had dinner, food, dessert, all that stuff. And then there was stadium seating behind. So the cheapest ticket I was told was around $25 USD to $1,800. $1,800 got you backstage to meet Conor afterwards and some other stuff. And so I got there around 2 hours early. Of course, Conor showed up a little late, which was fine. I was worried about the stream. I was worried about would people be able to watch this, because I know how these things go. I've been in the streaming business for quite some time. They are new to this. They've done these before with Stallone, Van Damme, Pacino, some boxers, some soccer players, but they never did it live. And like, for example, Stallone, I think they told me drew like 1,800 people. Conor drew 5,000. It sold out immediately, and that's why they added the live interview component. And I never saw Conor beforehand. Never said a word to him. Never saw him with my eyes. Never crossed paths. Never talked to his people beforehand. So I was joking that it was sort of like our wedding day. You know, we didn't want to ruin anything behind the scenes, so we wanted to go out fresh in front of everyone. And I got to tell you, so they send me out there to kind of intro the whole thing. Then they play this video package, and it felt like he was about to fight. They played his intro. They had Buffer introduce him via some sort of audio thing. I mean, he wasn't there live, but clearly recorded. They had this video of him arriving, and it felt like he was about to fight, because these are the sounds that we hear before he fights. People are chanting "Ole, ole." The atmosphere, people are standing on their chairs. The atmosphere was insane. The buzz was, I mean, I've never experienced anything like this for an interview. And so everyone's super, super pumped. He comes out, and the people are losing their minds. And that's why I actually, if you saw it, had to tell everyone to sit down and just chill, because they were rushing the stage. And I was afraid that no one would be listening to us, that they would just be chanting, singing, yelling things at him. But for the most part, they seem pretty quiet. At times, it was hard to actually hear him because of how loud it was, but I didn't get any complaints about that from anyone in the stands. So we sat down, we had a 1 hour or so conversation, and I'm usually pretty critical of myself when it comes to interviews. I always think afterwards, like, oh man, I should have asked this, I should have went there. But to be honest, with an hour, I feel like we covered a lot. And there was a lot to cover, because as I said to him at the top, he was, he's been relatively quiet these days. And there have been opportunities for him to speak up. Losing the featherweight title, the Floyd Mayweather stuff, there's been opportunities to say things. And he's kind of remained relatively quiet, and maybe that helped our cause on Saturday night. I thought he was open. To me, the big takeaways were this. He put out that Instagram post where he was like, F UFC, F boxing, and I didn't see it because there was no reception in the venue. And so I could imagine if someone saw that, they would think, oh man, he's going to blast the UFC, he's going to blast Dana White. And I actually was disappointed that when Dana was asked about this afterwards, just the Instagram post was mentioned, which is fair to ask about. But if you actually listen to the interview, I thought that he went out of his way to be friendly to the UFC, that he went out of his way to be friendly towards Dana White, almost to extend an olive branch. I thought that, he kind of changed his tune on the whole, I want them to meet with me, Patrick Whitesell and Ari Emanuel. I thought he went out of his way to cement Dana as the man, going out of his way to say, you know what, I could probably do this Floyd fight without the UFC, but I want them to be a part of it. I've done great business with them. If you actually listen to the interview, I thought that he was very friendly towards the UFC. That surprised me right off the top. I thought, given the title, vacating the title, relinquishing the title, whatever you want to call it, given, the offer, the $25 million, I thought maybe that it would be a little more adversarial, maybe a lot more adversarial. But no, I mean, if you actually listen to the interview, that was a very pro UFC stance from Conor. And that was a pleasant surprise. He said, I want to do this with them. I want to make this happen with them. He also said he still hasn't met them, but he kind of backed off on that being, a major issue for him. Even when asking him about the shares in the company, kind of backed off a little bit on that as well. It was very clear to me that he wanted to talk about Floyd Mayweather, that he wanted to push that fight, that was almost his agenda. He wanted to get it out there, and that's fine. He said that the next time that we are going to see him compete will be in a boxing ring. He said that he thinks that this fight will happen by late 2017, early 2018. And so I had to focus on that for a good portion, but I didn't want to start with that. And I almost felt like he wanted to start with that. I wanted to take a step back. I wanted to start in New York. I wanted to start with the 2-belt thing. I wanted to start with the win over Eddie, the Billy Strut, the aftermath, and then how he got to Conor and even, Floyd. And people continue to bring this up. I'll go back to my early statements. After that fight, I said that one day we can talk about it, and maybe soon. That fight could be a thing. But I felt like talking about it right after the win over Eddie Alvarez was a mistake because we weren't appreciating the moment. We're always talking, and he's the guy who was saying that before the fight. Let's talk about the moment. Let's stop talking about what's next. History was made. Biggest stage, New York event, broke the gate record. Let's enjoy that for a second. So I never said that this will never happen. It's crazy. It's ludicrous. It's insane. It's still a long ways away. But as I told you a couple of weeks ago, they're now exploring it. And he denies the fact that it's even in that phase. He says that it's further along. We'll see. He says he's going out to Vegas. He's going to meet with Floyd, and then he's going to bring the UFC involved. And he says some little things here. People need to know their place. I mean, there are some subtle shots. Let's make no mistake about that. But I thought that he made it clear that he wants the UFC to be involved. And I found that to be very interesting. And also, he's almost begging fighters in the UFC to really get him going, to grab his attention. I mean, yes, he was dismissive towards Khabib and Tony Ferguson and Nate Diaz and Tyron Woodley. I thought his comments about GSP were super interesting, and the union as well, saying that, he thought it was he said that he thought GSP came across as fake, that the only reason why he was a part of it was because he didn't get the deal that he wanted, criticized Bjorn's involvement as well. I thought those comments were very interesting, in addition to the other ones too. But it almost felt like he was trying to tell people yo, you got to step up your game. You got to get me interested in you. So for now, I'm going to focus on Floyd. And of course, why wouldn't he? He'd make the most amount of money from the Floyd Mayweather fight. Also interesting that he said that he would have fought in March at 145 had they asked him. Of course, I'm assuming it would have been for the right price and the right amount of money. But hey, that's something that we didn't hear from him in the past. Asked him about Ronda Rousey not having to do media, Ronda Rousey refusing to do media, not speaking. He said he couldn't care less. He essentially said that, he was happy for her that she got away with that, but he didn't take it as, oh, this is a double standard. Oh, next time I'm going to use this as leverage. Next time I'm going to go down this path. Really seemed to say I'm staying in my own lane and I don't care about what everyone else does. And that surprised me a little bit. Also said that his big announcement that he was going to make post 205 was that he was starting McGregor Promotions and had already looked at the O2 Arena, I believe in Dublin, to start his first show around March time. And then he decided, this isn't the time. He referred to the Diaz War promotion as, something that he would copy, not for him to fight in, but to give other fighters an opportunity. Mentioned that he's going to be the father of a boy. I don't know if I hope that his girlfriend Dee is not upset that he put that out there, but, people want to know, are we getting a Conor McGregor Jr., or are we getting, a Connie McGregor, if you know what I'm saying. But I thought that it was interesting that he was very close to announcing that the big reveal, the big secret post 205 was his McGregor Promotions, and that's something that he's definitely thinking about. And so we talked about all these things. It was great to get an hour with him. I haven't had a long interview with him since before 189 when we were at the Tough Gym, if you recall. What always strikes me about Conor is how much attention he pays to everything that's going on around him. Mention things that have been said on this show. Mention things that other fighters have said. The guy, you can ask him, give me the height and reach of Kevin Lee, and he could tell you that. He is almost psychotic when it comes to details. And, the greats usually are, but it's amazing how much attention he pays to all the stuff that's going on around him. And yes, there are some warning flags here. I mean, if you're not going to if you're not going to defend your title until 2018, they've got an issue on their hands in the lightweight division, and maybe this is why they put out that interim title so quickly after MSG. I do think that a champion has a responsibility to defend his titles. I mean, I don't think this is a crazy thought. And I have no problem, as I said, after they stripped him of the featherweight, I have no problem that if you don't defend the title within a year or are booked in a fight to defend that title within a year, I have no problem with the promotion stripping you. Now, I do maintain that they did it the wrong way. They went about it the wrong way, that they should have gotten him involved on board, done it sort of simultaneously. But I really believe that the year should be the deadline. I think that that's very important. And so now what happens if he doesn't defend that title, that lightweight title, within a year? For the record, he still does consider himself the featherweight and lightweight champion. And it was interesting to hear Bruce Buffer announce him as the featherweight and lightweight champion. So afterwards, so this is a big thing. There were some fan questions, and then we said goodbye. I just walked off, and I saw him for maybe 60 seconds backstage. Didn't have a chance to talk. I did see Artem Lobov. I saw Charlie Ward, who also fights in the UFC. Artem really wants to fight Cub Swanson. Very disappointed that he's not fighting on that London card. Really wants to be a part of it. And we will get to the London card later on in the show. Do not worry about that. But it was good to see some of those guys. Some of the fans lined up, took pictures with Conor. I kind of stayed off to the side. And the first opportunity, there was an after party, all this stuff. I didn't go to any of that. The first opportunity I had to go back to my hotel, I did. And I went back to watch the Denver card. And I must say this. I know how late the UK fans and the European fans stay up to watch UFC events. I sympathize with you even more now because this was a Fox card and it went up until I think it was like 3 a.m. because it ended at 10 p.m. Eastern time, almost on the dot. If this was a pay-per-view, it would have gone till 6 a.m. And then it's amazing to me how the sport is so popular over there and it, for the most part, airs live in the middle of the night. It's truly an amazing thing how popular the sport is when this sport is happening live for the most part between, the hours of 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. The juice, the meat, the beef, so to speak. Think about that. And then they go out and they almost sell out the O2 and, they're given a main event that they don't think is worthy of main event status. And again, we'll talk about that later. But the UK fans, the Manchester fans in particular, the ones that I met, I met people who came from Philadelphia. I met a guy who flew in from Philadelphia to go see this. Other people from Scotland, of course, from Ireland, from all over the UK, from other parts of Europe as well. People, it was all tuxedos, sparkly dresses. I was the most underdressed guy there, wearing a suit. Really was impressed with the organizers. I had a lot of fun doing it. I hope everyone got some enjoyment, got the answers that they were looking for, and now we'll see what happens. But again, that's what he wants. He wants the Floyd fight. It is very clear to me, and he's going to go to Vegas and he's going to try to get it done. There are 1,000,001 roadblocks that have to be conquered. I think that the biggest one, honestly, is going to be the UFC. How involved are they going to be in this? But it's clear to me, at least, that he wants to make them involved, and they're going to try to make this happen. Now, I think it's maybe a bit of a stretch to think that they can get it done in a year when it took them 4 years to get the Pacquiao fight done. But hey, when rich people want to make a lot of money and they're kind of determined to do so, don't doubt them. And honestly, who are we to doubt Conor at this point? Everything that he has said that he wants to see happen has happened, right? From bringing them back to Dublin, from getting the featherweight title fight, from getting the lightweight title fight, all these things that he's asked, from not having to defend the featherweight title to get the lightweight title fight, from the rematch against Nate, on and on and on. Everything that he's wanted to see happen has happened. He wants to see the Floyd fight happen. This is the most ambitious of all his plans. The other ones were sort of confined to the UFC. But hey, he wants it. And it's very clear. Moments later, we got Floyd to go on Showtime and say that this is what he wants, as clear as day. When's the last time you heard Floyd do that? As clear as day, this is what he wants. Dana White showing up to the press conference, never shows up to press conferences, and looked like he was almost begging for someone to ask him about it. And unfortunately, it was focused on the Instagram post, but I hope he listens to what was said. I thought that this was one of the better moments in their relationship as of late. Conor seemed to go out of his way to tell the UFC, hey, I want to be a part of this. I am happy to be here. I'm happy to be partners. I'm happy to be fighting with you. I want to be a part of this. I thought that was very, that was maybe one of the most eye-opening parts of the whole thing. If you go back and listen to his tone, the messages that were being sent right after MSG in that press conference, very different from the tone on Saturday night, in my opinion, and the messages, the direction. And now how does the UFC respond? Not about the Floyd stuff, but that Conor says that he's okay sitting out. That was one of the questions. Can you really sit out for another year to get this fight made? How are they going to respond without him? Without Ronda? Without John Jones till the summer? Without Brock Lesnar? Where are the stars? Where are the big draws? It's a real fascinating time in the sport, and in particular in the UFC. This story is going to keep evolving. It's going to take a lot of twists and turns. People are going to get tired of it. But again, I do think it is worth our attention. And again, I will maintain that I never said that it will never happen. Some guy was showing me tweets of mine from May of last year. Oh, you said that it's not happening. Yeah, it wasn't happening in May of last year. It wasn't even, and by the way, I wasn't just talking out of my butt. I wasn't just saying I predict. I was talking to people who were telling me this. People very close to it who were telling me this. No, it's not on the table. No, it's not being discussed. No, we haven't talked to Floyd. No, we haven't talked to HBO, Showtime. No, we haven't talked to the UFC. No, we haven't talked to Conor. I'm talking to people on both sides of the fence here. It's not just like I'm just throwing this stuff out there. This is my, this is my guess on what's going on. It's like I said to Dan Patrick after the fight. When the Cavaliers beat the Warriors, when they came back from 3-1, we weren't breaking down, we weren't hypothesizing whether or not they can beat the Denver Broncos. Because it is two different sports. It is unprecedented. It hasn't happened before. But you can save that for you if you want. You could save that discussion for a different day, which is what I said. All I said was appreciate the moment. Enjoy what happened at MSG. There's a lot that you can talk about from that one night alone. Concerning the sport, concerning Conor, concerning MSG. It broke the gate for the freaking arena. And we can then address the stuff later, because if he lost to Eddie, that fight's not on the table. So it was crazy to talk about before. And I can guarantee you that Monday morning, while it revved up very quickly, that Monday morning, there was nothing being offered. There was nothing being discussed. They still haven't even talked to each other. So it's a lot further along, and it is a thing. But let's not buy our tickets just yet in our hotel. That's all I'll say. Clearly, he has made it crystal clear that that's what he wants, and that's what Floyd wants. And I can guarantee you that somewhere in their heart of hearts, the UFC wants it too, but they want it to be on their terms. They want it to be with them involved. They don't want to be boxed out. They don't want this being presented to them after a deal has been agreed upon. That's for damn sure. Anyhow, hope you enjoyed it. Thank you again to everyone who watched it, who wrote, who said hi, who sent a tweet, encouragement, all that stuff. I really appreciate it. It was a great experience. And it was a fun 26 hours in rainy Manchester. We could talk more about it later on in the show, but for now, let's move along. Let's welcome in one of the big stars of this past weekend in Denver. Phenomenal win. He remains undefeated, 5-0 in the UFC. He is the one and only Francis Ngannou. Ça va, mon ami?
Ça va et toi?
Ça va bien. Enchanté. Merci d'être ici. On peut faire cette entrevue en français, mais je pense que beaucoup de personnes qui entendent maintenant, ils ne savent pas le français, car je dois te parler en anglais. C'est OK avec toi?
OK, on va essayer en anglais.
Je vais parler très lentement, OK?
Parfait.
All right. I said to Francis that I would love to do the interview with him in French, but I think I'll turn off a lot of the audience, so we're going to speak slowly in English. So congratulations to you. Is that how you expected the fight to go? Did you think that you would finish Andre early?
Yes, I think so, because before the fight, I have many interviews. And then for everyone, they ask me prognostic, and I tell them I'm going to win first round knockout.
This must have been a surreal thing for you. I mean, you've only been in the sport for 4 years, and you're fighting a former heavyweight champion, UFC heavyweight champion, knocking him out on Fox. This was, at least for me, the biggest moment of your career. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I'm very agree with you. So that is now is some moment very important in my career, and is some biggest step. Who and I hope I get to hold heart, to continue to grow up, to follow the belt.
Yeah. By the
Yes,
way,
now
go ahead. Sorry.
yes, I say now the thing is serious, very serious
Very sad.
than before.
I agree with you. Um, how long ago did you learn to speak English? Because I feel like the last time we saw you, you were doing your interviews in French, and your English has come a long way. When did you start to learn English?
No, I started to learn English since long time, but because I'm not practic, I'm forgot a lot of things. And now, since when I have my sign on UFC and when I start to travel to America, I start practice more, and then to continue to learn to improve my English, because I know I need that to someone like you.
Yeah, it's very smart. Also, it's good for the fans to connect with you if you speak to them in
Yes,
English. So,
fans and media, and yes, and everyone.
when you hear before your fight Dana White say that he thinks that you're a future champion, that he's very excited about you, what does that do for your confidence going into the fight? How did you feel?
It made me feel good, because when you think about something and people believe on you, people trust of you. It was something very special. It make you feel like you are already that, but you just need to improve. You're able to do that. You just need to improve. And then when someone like he tell you something like that, I think he got to make you think, because you say this is no this guy is have a lot of experience, and then if he tell you something like that, so he sees something. It's not for nothing.
Did he say anything to you after the fight? Did you speak to him in the locker room behind the scenes?
It tell me congratulations.
Yeah.
Say he tell me to keep hard work.
Yeah. He must have been very excited. He seems like he really likes you a lot.
Very.
Yeah.
He made me very happy.
By the way, what about that suit? Where did you get that suit? You looked amazing afterwards with the sunglasses and the suit. Where did you get that?
I come to Paris with. I have my tailor. Yes, I asked you to make something for me for the event, for
Amazing.
especially for. Yes, I like the waistcoat, and then.
So we're learning more about your story. Of course, you're originally from Cameroon, and you moved
Yes.
to France. You had no money. How much money did you have in your pocket when you came from Cameroon to France?
In my pocket, something like $100.
$100. That's it.
Yes, that's all.
And what year is this?
2013,
2013. And
June 2013.
the reason you came to France, was it to pursue a boxing career?
Yes, exactly.
Why France? Why did you go to France and not somewhere else?
It's not specially to France. I come to France just because I have an opportunity to come to France. Firstly, I would want to go to England, because professional box is better in England or in Germany, but I don't know why I have the opportunity to France, and I stopped in France. And then after my stop, I say I get to continue. That is why. For the first time, because when I arrived in France, the next day I just follow around me, and I see some gym, and then I ask them to train to leave me train, because I don't have money, and they accept. And then that is when they start make something. They start help me and tell me that even the burst too is not easy. So you can try something like MMA, but I didn't know that what is MMA before. And then I stay with them. They make me feel good with them. And they was very present for me at the time. Before, yes, 2 months later, before I go to MMA Factory, and they still just support me even when I'm in MMA Factory, because when I go to MMA Factory, it was just for to continue training boxing
Yeah.
before the end of holiday. And then after that, they just say when I tell them that they tell me, Fernand tell me to in MMA Factory I can start MMA too, and then they just tell me yes, just continue that, don't come here again. And then I say no, I know one that I just doing that for fun, is I love it, but I like it, but no especially than a box. And then that is when some of my guy, they call it DJ Camon. He's the cousin of Francis Camon.
Yeah.
That's what, yes, he's the guy who support me for the beginning, who tell me about MMA. And then after that, to make me stay to MMA Factory, he came to MMA Factory and make 1 year subscription just to make me feel in my home day, because he know that I just want every time when I come back to training, to MMA training, I tell you that I like it, but I want something other. He say yes, but try the two, continue, keep work the two, and he support me. He's the same guy who give me some room after maybe 2 months in the street. Yes, he gave me some room.
Okay, so you skipped over a lot here. So let me go backwards for a second, because I want to ask you about when you were in Cameroon. Did you train at all in boxing?
Not a lot. I start and then I train in maybe 1 year. After that, I start sick. I have hepatitis B and is hepatitis B, and it was very difficult to me.
You had what?
And I stopped training.
Hepatitis?
Yes, hepatitis B.
Wow. Do you still have it?
No.
That's good.
No. Now I am. I'm fine. And yes, and then I have body protection for that again.
Wow.
So they tell me that I can never have it again.
So did you ever hear of UFC or MMA when you were living in Cameroon?
No.
No. Wow. And then when you moved, go ahead.
I just see MMA fight. I watch MMA fights sometime on TV like this, but I didn't know what is that. I say, what is this kind of box? It's not.
Yeah.
They take down the rest. It's not box. It's something other.
And when you get to France, you're living on the streets, right? You're homeless?
Yes.
For how long?
For 2 months, before I make 2 months on the street before DJ Camon give me somewhere to sleep. He give me some home.
And this is not that long ago, 4 years ago. Less than 4 years.
3 years and a half.
3 years and a half. You're sleeping on the street, like just no shelter, no nothing, just on the ground.
Yes, I see some parking, and then because the parking have a la surveillance.
Oh, it has security guard.
Monitoring. Because the parking have the monitoring.
Yeah.
And then I supposed to wait.
And it's on the ground.
On the ground parking.
Oh.
And then yes, I wait the night, maybe around 10 or something like that, when everything is easy, and I choose some place and sleep there, and tomorrow morning I wake up early and get out.
Wow. Were you ever afraid? Were you ever nervous?
No, I'm not afraid. I'm not nervous. For me, is that time. I still remember that time. It was something very amazing to me, because I just say, "Wow! Now I have an opportunity to explain myself." And that is when some people say, "Oh my God, he's so difficult to live like that." I say, "Please don't care about me. Leave me, make my life. I have my opportunity right now, so I'm going to do my best. I get to do something. I don't know why, but I feel that I'm going to do something amazing." And that is why a lot of people that I met of the time, they just trust of me. They just believe of me. They say, this guy has something special in him. We don't know why, but he has something special.
And that is very clear to me. You go to a gym to try to become a boxer, and they introduce you to MMA. Did you like MMA right away? Did you like all the parts of MMA, ground game, all this stuff, or did it take you some time to like MMA, to get warmed up to it?
Yes, I take the time to like him. I like MMA just like a fun in sport,
Yeah.
but not like because I love box. I have my dream, and then for me, leave box to MMA, it was something so difficult. So I need a time. I take a time to understand that a box is no easy to make a career when you come somewhere and you didn't know and you didn't know anyone, and then there are no one who support you, and I continue training. I continue competition to compete for MMA, and then I still continue dream about box. Before 2 years later, that is when Fernand told me that we have some contract to UFC, and then I say yes, we take it now. If that is my destiny, that this opportunity, a lot of people don't have it in their life, so I'm going to take this. And then that is exactly the time that I accept to be the MMA
Oh,
fighter.
wow. And did you think that you would be this successful this quickly, that you would be fighting guys like Arlovsky and on Fox and Dana White? Did you think it would all happen this fast, or were you thinking it would take a little longer?
I don't think, I not have time to think about anything. As I tell you, I just like someone who make MMA for fun, and for second, for passion, or for second train or something like that. Hobby. For like hobby.
Yeah.
Yes. And then when I say, okay, I'm going to do MMA, I'm going to make my career in MMA, it's just after my sign in UFC. So I'm already in the machine. And then when I was in the machine, I know that everything can happen. I can fight everyone. And so it's an opportunity to me to make something, to make something beautiful, to be champion. So I to myself, I say, okay, even to MMA, for MMA, you can be a champ like in boxing. So, and in my mind, I know that I accept that I can fight any one of them.
How far away? How far away do you think you are from fighting for the belt in your mind? Like, how do you feel like you're on the level of Kane and Stipe and Verdum and these guys, or do you want a couple more fights?
I'm ready for, if they propose me everything now. I'm ready.
You're ready. Wow.
I'm ready to take it.
Wow. And your family back home, are they still in Cameroon? Your family?
Yes, all of them.
How are they doing there?
Now everyone support me. Everyone, because they watch my fight.
Oh, wow.
In Cameroon too, they're talking about me always, everywhere.
Wow.
And it made them happy. And then that is why they tell me that you are right when you start boxing. To choose boxing, because when I start boxing, it was something very difficult for them to accept. Everyone was like, what is this? What do you want to do? What do you doing? Are you mad? What no wrong with you? You not have not opportunity, no chance. Look at this boxing or that boxing. You don't have every chance to. I just say, okay, maybe I'm wrong, but that this is my passion, so I'm going to try.
Wow.
After maybe a couple years, and I go to see that I'm wrong, I can go back, but I'm going to try. To not have a regret someday, because I love too much.
When's the last time you've been back home to Cameroon?
May. In May.
Okay. And in France, MMA is still illegal, right?
Yes.
Do you think that your success will help get the ban lifted?
Yes, I think about that. I think if one day, the day that I will bring the belt in France, I think it can change it can change many things.
Wow. When do you want to fight again?
When?
When?
Exactly, maybe after 3 or 4 months, because right now I'm going to go back to Cameroon. You know, before this, they give me the proposal for to fight Arlovski. I was ready to go to Cameroon to celebrate Christmas and Happy New Year with my family, and then that is when my manager tell me that yes, we have some opportunity to fight Arlovski, but it's too close on July 28th. So I know that you are going to Cameroon. I tell you no, it's not too close. We have a time. We're just supposed to take to cancel the Cameroon travel, and then travel after the fight. And then right now I'm preparing my luggage to go
home,
see my family.
celebrate.
Yes,
where do you live now? Do you have an apartment, a house somewhere in France?
Yes, I'm in France.
Are you comfortable? You're obviously, you're making a living. You've come a long way. So I'm sure you have a nice apartment, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's amazing. You must feel very thankful. I mean, to go from living on the streets to, being one of the biggest up and coming stars in the sport in 3 years is an amazing story.
Yes, but even at the time, I know that this is just some step.
Yeah,
it's just for some little time. The thing will change. I don't know why, but I feel that. I feel that on me. I always feel something in me who tell me that everything was doing great.
La confiance en soi-même, c'est très important.
Très, très important.
Yeah.
Plus important que tout.
Yes, it's most important to be confident in oneself.
Yes. Parce que la confiance est la mère de la réussite. La foi. La foi.
Yeah. Being confident that will lead. That is the main component to success. Is what France. And by the way, you see, j'ai vu Georges St-Pierre is posting to you good wishes and saying that you're the new francophone, MMA champion. What's that like to see Georges St-Pierre give you? Do you know him? You have a relationship with him?
No, I never. But when I saw that, it made me very happy, because I know that everyone know that Georges St-Pierre is a legend.
Yeah.
Even before I start the sport, they're talking about Georges St-Pierre. I hear they talking about Georges St-Pierre, and I say, who is Georges St-Pierre? They tell me that he's some famous champion, some biggest champion, something like that. And then today, when I see the wishing for my fight, it made me very happy. And then he just, like, as I tell you before, a lot of people believe in me, and that it make me strong. He give me power to go.
Amazing.
To go far.
He actually just sent me some pictures right now. He texted me some pictures of him training. I don't know where, but I don't know if he's listening to this right now. But if he is, bonjour, Georges. It's kind of interesting that he just sent me some pictures. So let me ask you this last thing. Who do you think your next opponent will be?
My next opponent?
Who do you think it's going to be?
I have 3 or 4 more.
Yeah?
So I think Velasquez was going to be ready at the time.
Okay.
I think about Velasquez, Overeem, and Dos Santos. So
if you had one choice, which one do you like the best of those 3?
Velasquez.
Oh, wow. Velasquez, that is huge. Yes. That is something else. Wow. Do you think they're going to do it?
You say what?
You think that they're going to give you Velasquez? You think the UFC?
I believe.
Wow.
I trust.
Hey, you've been right so far. Everything that you've believed in has happened. So, wow, that is very big. I want to wish you a big congratulations on the win. It's been amazing to watch, you grow into a top contender. in the heavyweight division, and really I'm blown away by your story. It's a great lesson for a lot of people to believe in oneself and to keep going and to keep fighting and to not listen to anyone who tells you can't be what you want to be. So félicitations, bon courage, mon ami, et j'espère de te voir combattre bientôt dans l'octogone.
Merci beaucoup. Espère aussi de me voir bientôt avec la ceinture parce que ça va arriver.
Okay. He said, look forward to seeing me with the belt very soon because it's going to happen. All the best to you, Francis. And thank you to Fernand as well for setting this up. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ariel. Thank
Okay.
you for everything you have done for MMA. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you very much, guys. There he is, Francis Ngannou. Amazing stuff from him. Unbelievable. Wow. George St. Pierre sending me pictures of him in Senegal right now, en vacances. What timing, huh? Exactly when I mentioned his name, he sent me this. Francis Ngannou calling out Cain Velasquez. What a story. Living on the streets 3 years ago, and now he is knocking on that title shot door, just like that. It's good to be a heavyweight. Okay, let us move along. Right now, we are going to be joined so we got a card coming up. I have to compose myself here after all of that. We have a very interesting card coming up in Houston this Saturday. It's a Super Bowl weekend card. It's not in Vegas, it's in Houston because Fox is airing the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is happening in Houston. Main event, the return of Korean Zombie. I'll tell you about him a little later on. But to me, one of the most interesting fights on this card involves Jessica Andrade and the returning Angela Hill. And for the first time, we are being joined on this program by Angela Hill. There she is. How are you?
Hey.
You didn't believe me. You didn't believe me when I reached out to you. First time I've ever reached out to someone to be on this show, and they asked me for a picture proof that it was really me and not someone else pretending to be me.
Yeah, I didn't want to get too excited,
I appreciate that. Did you cut your hair?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
The hair is gone.
It's all gone.
Yeah.
Okay, now
Yeah,
I feel like you're like, this is your determined look. Like you're not messing around.
It's like in the movie when the girl shaves her head and then like goes into war, puts on the war paint and stuff. Yeah, no, it was actually a really lame story. I dyed my hair blonde.
Yeah.
Right before I got the call from the UFC. Coincidence? I think not. But then once the new growth started growing back, it started to get weak. And then there was one day in sparring where I just realized, like, afterwards I had this huge chunk missing.
Oh, no.
It was like I tried to like hide it, give myself like a little comb over for a little while, and eventually I had to just shave it off.
All right. Well, it's still good nonetheless. So a lot has happened to you over the last couple months, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you, because I feel like, I mean, it hasn't been an easy go for you in MMA. I mean, you get put on The Ultimate Fighter, which is a great opportunity, but you have to fight, the number one contender. And then even in the UFC, Carlos Barza, of course. And then even in the UFC, you're fighting Tisha Torres, Rose Namajunas. And you're very new in your career. And then they say, thanks, but no thanks. And you have to go to Invicta and build yourself back up. And then you win in Invicta and you get called back to the UFC. And then they say, oh, wait 1 second, you can't come back because you got to do this USADA thing. And you put out this video, and it looked like you were mentally drained, and you were very emotional about it, because here you are getting an opportunity to come back, and then they're telling you have to go through this 4-month thing. Can you describe how you were feeling? Like you worked all the way back to get to the UFC, and then some sort of red tape issue that really doesn't concern you, and they've now rectified, is stopping you. How are you digesting that?
It's just been a crazy ride, and nothing's been easy for me. But I think it's kind of the same with a lot of people. Like a lot of the girls who were on the show, they had a lot more experience, but they've had to go through hell and high water as well before UFC finally started taking women more seriously. So I think some people could say I have it easy just because I just started doing MMA when like 2014 or something like that. I just started doing MMA then. And, it's been a relatively quick ride, even though I had a lot of ups and downs. And I think the hardest part was just having eyes on me before I was experienced enough to, like, really deal with that type of pressure and that type of criticism. Even, like most people who are up there now, nobody was looking at them when they had their second pro fight, their third pro fight. And for me, like literally all of my fights except for my first one have been in public eye. So yeah, it was definitely a good test mentally. The first couple of losses were the first losses that I've ever had in my career, including Muay Thai. So it was definitely a huge test to like have that happen on national TV, and still just kind of persevere through that. So yeah, it's been a huge test of will, a huge test of how badly I actually wanted to follow this dream and make it a reality. But the USADA thing was just a small setback. I think I was most upset about not being able to get that matchup. I just felt like it was a really good opportunity for me. I feel like Andrade, she's tough, but I still feel like she's a bit overrated, and I felt like I could really like make a statement just by fighting her, beating her, and doing it all within 2016. So yeah, when I found out that I was still going to be able to fight her, it kind of rectified that, and I felt really good about that whole situation. So yeah.
I love hearing that, because when I heard that you were booked to fight her, I was like, man, Tisha, Rose, now your return fight is Andrade. I mean, there's no easy fight there, but you obviously seem to like it. You just said that you think she's overrated. Why do you think she's overrated? What about her is overrated?
Well, I knew Jessica could beat her when she fought her, and just mentally she wasn't there that night. But when the things that I saw her do against JoJo, I felt like she couldn't do against me. I've never been a huge fan of JoJo either. Always thought that she was a bit overrated as well. So I thought that it was funny that after 2 wins, people are like all on her nutsack. So I don't know. I think I thought just the fact that she's going to be the next title contender, or that's what people are saying, would have made a huge statement for me just to go in there and just kind of beat her up and show my skills against her and show that I deserve to be up there too.
It doesn't seem, at least as of right now, that Joanna has an opponent next. There was a rumor that came out that she was fighting Michelle Watterson, but that's not true. It does. Why do you laugh? Why do you laugh, Angela?
Not yet.
I love it. Okay, but so if you beat Jessica, is there a chance that you're fighting for the belt next? Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, and I'm gonna call her out.
Oh wow.
Totally gonna call her out. I mean, I feel like for me, Joanna's an easier fight just because she's not gonna go for takedowns, or at least not at first. Like that's not gonna be her plan A. Everyone that I've fought since my first fight, their plan A has been to take me down and submit me. So it's gonna be a relief for me. Like I'll be able to actually like chill and open up in my striking and actually like do what I'm a little more used to doing, as opposed to hitting and then defending, hitting and moving. I can actually like unleash on her, at least once we get comfortable. So I definitely feel like Joanna is an easier fight than Andrade is.
Wow.
For me.
This is incredible.
I mean, that's me.
Yeah.
That's me.
No, hey, you got to believe
not
that the only opinion that matters is yours. Did you think that it was just justified when they let you go after the 2 losses? Because again, 2 top contenders, and it's just 2 losses in a row. That division isn't the deepest. I feel like they could have, maybe take a step back, fight another opponent, get your feet wet a little bit. Were you surprised when you heard that?
Everyone was surprised. My coaches were surprised. I kind of rushed into the Rose fight. I recently trained with her and had recently moved gyms. So my coach, my new coach at the time, Eric Del Fiero, he was not a fan of taking the fight so soon, just because he didn't really know me yet. I didn't know his voice yet. So yeah, it was a bit of a rush when we took that fight. And the only kind of one of the, I guess, things that he was saying is like, after I lost, was just like, they don't have that many girls, so they're not going to cut you yet. Like, they're going to give you one more fight before they before they decide to cut you if that's going to happen. And then I got a call like a month later saying I got cut. So I was like, what? So yeah, I was pissed. I was bitter at first, but I feel like the path that I went was definitely more productive. I was able to just kind of get my feet wet with like lower stakes, not lower stakes, but just, not as many eyes were on me. I was able to just kind of figure out my game without having that high pressure and yeah, just do my thing.
Mentally, though, was it tough to go from, you're fighting UFC 192, big crowd, Houston, all that stuff, and now you're going to Invicta, which is a smaller show, less attention. I know you say that you like that, but like you're kind of a little bit taking a step back in terms of the glitz and glamour of the event. Was that a tough thing to get used to, or were you receptive to it right away?
No, Invicta is still a really professional organization,
Yeah.
so it's not like I was going to like some random
Gotcha.
random place like in the middle of nowhere, dealing with all the shit that happens like in those scenes. So yeah, I never like all my opponents made weight. There was never anything weird happening with weigh-ins or fight night or anything like that. So it was actually it was still there was still a lot of pressure just because I think just about everything I saw, like I actually tried to avoid looking at like media stuff now. But before I would just Google my name and see what was happening, see what people thought about me. And pretty much everyone thought that I was gonna get my ass kicked in Invicta. So there was a lot of pressure just because people expected me to fail. I knew I was good, but how you can't prove that before you fight. So I think my first fight in Invicta was a really defining moment because I got that first round knockout and I was just like, okay, it was kind of me convincing myself that I belong. And, just because I got cut doesn't mean that I'm a horrible fighter or, it was just the way that things kind of went down and that didn't define me. It was my knockout and me, kind of rising up from the ashes like the phoenix, like Invicta's logo, like all of that was defining me. So yeah, it was hard, but I don't know. It wasn't. I wouldn't say that it was hard to go down a peg. I think it was just like there was still the same amount of pressure that there would have been if I thought, okay, this is my last fight in the UFC if I lose. Like it was the same. It was just different type of like scariness, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I understand. Are you still the Invicta strawweight champion, or are they moving on? Because like, how does that work?
I still got the belt.
Well, because they didn't strip Cyborg. They didn't strip Cyborg of the featherweight title.
I thought they were going to though. Well, Cyborg doesn't have a contract, so I have a contract.
Okay.
With
Invicta.
UFC. I don't think she has a contract. I'm not sure.
Wait. She has a contract with UFC. She does. But UFC,
she does?
UFC was paying for her to fight in Invicta.
Oh, okay, got you. So yeah, that didn't happen with me. So
You don't plan, right? But you don't plan on going to Invicta to defend your title in your next fight. You want to stick around in the UFC, right?
Yeah. I think that was just like a Cyborg exclusive deal.
Okay.
Like just because there's not that many 145ers and stuff, but yeah, there's a ton of strawweights that are probably gonna fight for the belt yet or next. But I'll still call myself the strawweight champ until that happens.
You should walk out to the fight on Saturday with the Invicta title. How cool would that be?
I should.
Like, do you know who Alundra Blaze is? Alundra Blaze? Do you know Alundra Blaze? Medusa?
No.
Alundra Blaze was the WWF women's champion back in the day, and then she showed up on Nitro. Now, I don't expect you to do this, but she showed up on Nitro and took the women's title, WWF, WCW Nitro, and put it in the garbage. And it's one of like the great. And I don't expect you to do that, but boy, would that make headlines.
Shannon would kill me.
Yeah, Shannon would kill you. Yeah. Shannon would kill you. Yes. I don't want you to do that. Get Shannon upset. Isn't it crazy? It just actually occurred to me. Your last UFC fight was in Houston. The next time they come to Houston, is that wild? Did you think of that?
I know. Yeah, no, I did think of that.
Wow.
Kind of.
Do you like that?
Poetic.
Do you like that, or do you not want? Like, do you have bad thoughts on Houston?
No, Houston was cool. Like nothing weird happened. I have bad thoughts on Mexico City. Like Mexico City sucked for me.
What happened?
It was just, like that joke with the bad taco. I think just about everyone had a bad taco
Oh no.
out there, and for me it was just like bad rice.
Wow.
So yeah, it was really hard to avoid getting any type of what's the fancy word for it? Dysentery or something? Diarrhea.
Okay. By the way, who are you talking to, or did you just have like an imagine?
Myself. I'm crazy.
Wait, are you really not talking to anyone? Wow, I thought. Oh, there's someone there. Okay. Hello.
Over there, feeding me my lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I forget things, so I need someone to remind me sometimes. But yeah, no, it the altitude, and everyone got sick at some point. I was literally walking around at like 115 the entire time just because I was so sick. But so yeah, Mexico City is kind of like a sore spot for me. Like I'd never want to fight there again.
Okay.
But Houston was great. Like I actually felt really good in Houston, so it's gonna be nice to go back there and kind of make things right.
You really took advantage of sort of being in Invicta and letting your personality show, and the costumes and things like that. This time around, are you going to have to dial it back? I mean, can you wear the afro and the cigarette and all that stuff with the Reebok gear? Is that allowed? I don't know.
I don't know either. I mean,
are you going to try?
I don't like the same thing twice, though,
okay.
But I don't even think we're having a ceremonial weigh-in for this card.
Wow.
I think it's just the official ones. So yeah, it's a small guy. So yeah.
Do you have anything planned?
I mean, for the official weigh-ins,
or just for fight night or something. I don't know, for the open workout. I don't know what they have you doing, but do you have any, or are you kind of being all business-like for this one?
Yeah, I'd love to do something fun, but I really just have to figure out what I'm not going to get fined for.
That's probably most important.
But yeah, I think I'll know once I get there what I can get away with and what I can't. So I'm gonna try something out.
So you're very confident, obviously. How do you expect to beat her? What's the finish? What are you going for?
I just think I'm a better striker. I think I'm more elusive, and she kind of comes forward with heavy hits. So I think I definitely hit harder than what she's been hit with as a strawweight. And that cut is not an easy cut for her. I know she walks around at 128. Fight week. So she's cutting at least 10 pounds of water. And, that's kind of like the cut that I would have to do if I were to fight at 105. Like I fought at 105, like maybe once in Muay Thai. And, in that cut, it drains you, so I definitely think I'm going to out cardio her, outspeed her, and I definitely hit really hard for my size. So I think that's going to be my key to beating her.
Also interesting. There was a lot of talk that maybe your next title defense would be against Alexa Grasso in Invicta. That didn't happen. Now you're on the same card in the UFC. How do you feel about her being in the co-main event against Felice Herrig and you and Jessica being lower on the card?
It's cute. It's really cute that she's co-main event. I think there's definitely, two different weight classes in the strawweight division. There's a few floaters. There's a few people who are in both, but, there's the people who are there to like fight and look professional when they fight. And then there's the people who are there to look cute. I think Felice and Grasso actually float between both groups, but, they're the ones that are there to mainly look cute, they get top billing. And
who are you referring to? Who are you referring to?
Huh?
Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Paige Van Zandt. No.
Wait, is she in a category to herself, or are there others in that category too?
Everyone knows who's in those categories, but like look at Van Zandt. She headlined like maybe 2 or 3 events, and she's lost to the same people that I've lost to. Mm-hmm. So it's strange that you would keep headlining someone unless that was what was going on. There's 2 different like types, and they're bringing in one to bring the eyes in, but then the other to still look like a legitimate, weight class. So I think I can float between both. I think I'm pretty cute too. But I'm gonna get the tougher fights as opposed to someone like Van Zant, someone like Curran. Like the people who are there just to kind of like, um, bring in eyes and make the sport popular by saying, "Oh, look, she's cute and she's a fighter too. You never guess." So yeah, it's like I feel like I'm not mad that I'm not a co-main event. I think it would have made sense for my fight to be co-main event simply because I'm fighting the number 5 ranked strawweight, who everyone's saying everything that I've seen has said that she's next in line for Joanna. But at the same time, Joanna's getting ready to fight someone else. So, or that's like the rumor. So you never know. You never know with these things. So I'm not upset about it. I just kind of know how things work, and it's cool.
But Alexa is for real, right? I mean, you have respect for her fighting skills.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's what I said. They can float between the two.
Okay.
But I think the reason why she got the call up, they were talking to Alexa after they cut me, so they had their eyes on Alexa for a long time because of, she looks cute, she's a boxer, and she's Mexican. So yeah, she's gonna bring in that market. So yeah, it's I definitely respect her style, but I wanted that fight because I knew people were gonna be watching, and I knew I could beat her.
Well, it's good to have you back. Wow. Great stuff.
Thank you.
What a nice thing to do. And I'm really happy that you got the call back and that the whole thing with USADA didn't preclude you from fighting again, or at least delay your return all that much. And who knows, maybe it was meant to be this way, coming back to Houston and getting a little more time to prepare. The world works in mysterious ways. Great stuff, Angela. Best of luck to you on Saturday. And again, welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And thanks for finally calling me. I won't be surprised next time.
All right. My pleasure. There she is. Angela Hill, back in the UFC. Massive fight for her against Jessica Andrade Saturday night in Houston, Texas. Okay, let us move along. Very excited to talk to our next guest. It was announced last Wednesday officially that he will be getting another crack at Daniel Cormier. This fight was supposed to happen in Toronto in December. It is going down now April 8th in Buffalo, New York. UFC 210, it's Daniel Cormier versus Anthony Rumble Johnson for the UFC light heavyweight title. Anthony Johnson joins us right now on the phone. Anthony, are you there?
What's up, man?
It's good to talk to you, Anthony. So, you confident this one's happening?
I won't say I'm confident it's going to happen, but, I hope it happens. I hope Daniel's healthy enough to train at the best of his ability and make it to the fight.
Because I ask that, of course, because it was announced. I think everyone's excited. They all think it's the fight that has to happen for the belt, but everyone's like, I don't want to talk about this fight until like April 7th, just so that it doesn't get jinxed or anything like that. Is it hard for you to get excited because it's kind of been dangled in front of you?
No, not at all. I'm pretty sure Daniel will train, smarter or whatever happened to him. I'm pretty sure he'll make it to the fight. But anytime it's competition that's right in front of me, I'm always going to be excited to compete. So with him being right, the next in line, I'll definitely be. I'm excited right now.
Were you at all surprised that this fight was booked for Buffalo? Did you it just seems like a random place for it. What did you think when you were told it was going to happen in Buffalo?
Yeah, it definitely, it was weird. But, I think they did that because of the support and love that we had leading up to our fight that we were supposed to have in December from the Canadian fan base. I think, it just gives them an opportunity to still see the fight, and it's still close to home. So I think, in my opinion, that's why they did it that way.
I feel like I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyway. I mean, any regrets on not taking the fight, any fight in December, or are you still happy with your decision to wait for the title fight?
I'm happy with my decision. I have nothing to prove to anybody, except for myself. And that's against people in my weight class, and that's the best in the world. So it was nothing against Gegard. He's an awesome fighter. A lot of people were saying to me, oh, that's an easy fight. It's an easy fight. I'm like, you guys really don't know mixed martial arts and know this guy. He's good. You know what I mean? I've seen him fight in person, so he's a beast. But, you know, I had too much to lose and nothing to gain, so why would I take that chance?
It felt like there was some confusion, like you thought it was offered to Arlovsky, and then you went on Facebook and cleared the air. What do you think happened with that offer?
I don't know. Apparently he was offered to fight, and his management did say no. But and then I heard some guy was some fan or whoever it was, a friend, was running his Twitter.
Oh.
And was speaking up for him. So whenever I was writing Arlovsky, and I asked if he was offered to fight, and they said nope, I figured it was Arlovsky, but come to find out it wasn't. So, you know, it was just, you know, confusion and some dumbass that doesn't know what he's talking about. But, you know, much respect to Arlovsky and his crew.
Okay. And of course, as you may know, just a couple of weeks ago, we had Rashad Evans on the show, and he was talking about the Black Zillions, and you are arguably the biggest star of that team. And he was saying how the team is essentially no more and guys have gone their separate ways. Where does that leave you?
I still train with Rashad. We're down at Combat Club, and I train there, and I train at CS MMA. But yeah, the Black Zillions are pretty much done, but I'm still a Black Zillion at heart. You know what I mean? I helped start the team. We've been through a lot of things, you know, the Black Zillions. So I still love the Black Zillions. It didn't last forever, and nothing lasts forever, but the little bit of time that we had together, I'm grateful that I was a part of that crew.
And so do you consider yourself a part of a team, or are you just training at these two gyms and that's just going to be the way it is for you?
Well, we don't really have a name. It's just, you know, the original guys, besides a few of the Brazilians, still training together. You know what I mean? So other than that, we're good. We are definitely good.
Are you sad that the team is no more, that the Black Zillions are no more?
No.
No, why?
Not at all.
Why?
I'm just not. You know, like I said, I moved on to other things now, and my attention is somewhere else. So, you know, I still have love for the guys regardless, but, you know, I'm not going to, you know, sit back and cry about whatever happened, you know, so I just keep moving forward. I got a title fight to think about and not think about the things that happened that separated the team.
Like, for example, for this title fight, who will be in your corner? Do you know yet?
Oh, just my original coaches, Henry Hoof, my guy Bobbick, and my grappling coach Neil Melanson.
Okay, 3 people, not 4.
Yeah.
Well,
my boy Rodney, he's my partner, so he helps me out a lot. You know what I mean? So he'll definitely be there with me too.
Where do you stand with Glenn Robinson?
We're cool. I'm managed by Ali now.
Ali Abdelaziz.
He's in my corner. He's helping me out, and that's just what it is, you know. But I still love Glenn to death. I have nothing against him. You know, it was just time to move on to other things and keep improving, you know. So like I said, nothing against Glenn at all. I still love him. I have his back. If he ever needs me, I'm there for him. Nothing bad to say about him. So, you know, it's just time to move on to bigger and better things, and that's exactly what we're doing.
When did you join forces with Ali?
Probably a week ago.
Oh,
something like that.
Very fresh.
Just recently. Yeah. But I've known Ali. He's been a friend of mine. It feels like since day one. We kept running into each other, but we've never really had the chance to work with each other unless it was like, you know, when I was fighting with World Series of Fighting. And, you know, I've always liked Ali. I've always respected his hustle and grind and dedication to his fighters. And, you know, I wanted somebody like that. You know what I mean? I just saw the passion that he had for his guys and had their back. So I definitely wanted that. And not saying that Glenn never had that, but it was just a different type of drive that Ali had.
Did you kind of play the field? Did you talk to other managers when you were looking for new representation, or did you go simply to Ali because you had that relationship with him?
Well, I checked out other managers and things like that, but you know, Ali pretty much had me, but I wasn't just gonna jump on board and just, you know, kiss ass anything like that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Ali's a great guy in my opinion. I know some people might not like him, some people do, but that's just the name of the game. Everybody's always going to have something to say about the other person, regardless of what it is. You know what I mean? So I'm not worried about all of that. Ali has been amazing to me since we started working together, and we're just on the up and up from here on out.
I don't know if you remember this, but the last time you were on this show, like 2.5 months ago, I told you that Glenn said like he's only sticking around as an MMA manager because of you, and so like I think about that quote now, and so I'm wondering if like was he very upset when you parted ways, and do you think he'll even stay in the MMA management business?
I don't know if he'll stay in it, and Glenn understood what I was saying, and I'm not gonna get into details about anything like that. You know what I mean? Because that's just between Glenn and I. Okay. But like I said, it was no bad blood or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Nobody threw a hissy fit or anything like that. So everything was all good.
Is there a lesson to be learned from what happened to the Blackzilians? Because it's pretty quick. You guys are were less than what, 4 years or so old. Is there something that can be learned from this for other fighters, other teams looking to join up?
Hell, I don't know. I haven't thought about it that much.
Okay.
So I really can't tell you, man.
What do you say to someone who says, "Wow, team falls through, new management, things like that"? Is Rumble focused on this fight? Is there too much going on around Rumble? Is he in a good place going into the Cormier rematch? What do you say to those who may be questioning that right now?
Well, of course I'm focused. There's no drama with me. Everything's good with me. I'm training with my coaches. I still have basically my training partners that I've had for a while now, and nothing's changed. I'm still the same guy that's going to go out there and try and knock somebody's head off whenever I fight.
Will you be staying in Florida?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like this? Is there a part of you that thinks, okay, this is my last chance to get a UFC belt? Do you think that way?
Yeah, I'm definitely training that way.
Okay.
Training that way. My mindset is that way. I want to, when it's almost like any competitor. When they lose, they definitely want that rematch, and to get that W back. You know what I mean? And Daniel beat me fair and square the first time, but this time it definitely had to be different. I know Daniel's training hard and he's training smart, but so am I.
How would you describe your relationship with Daniel? Because it seems like you seem to have a lot of respect for him, and sometimes I feel like he enjoys the conflict more than the respect. How would you describe it?
I'm cool with him, Well, you know how I do. I'll be nice to him and then punch him in the mouth when we get in the cage. So that's just me.
Is there a chance that you're nice to the opponent just to try to soften them, let their guard down, so that you have a better opening to punch them in the face? Because I think that's smart.
Yeah, it sounds like a game plan, but that's just not me. I'm a very respectful guy when it comes to competition, for sure, outside of competition. But whenever the competition is about to happen, that very moment, I'm definitely going to try and be mean as hell and do what I have to do to win.
How many times have you watched that first fight, the UNDC at 187?
Maybe twice.
Was it a lot?
Finally, one day I was just laying in bed, and I was like, I didn't perform at the best of my ability, and I think it was probably 6 months after, and I finally watched the fight. You know what I mean? I just woke up at like 2 a.m.
Wow.
And decided to watch the fight. Yeah, I woke up and it was on my mind, and I just watched it just to see what my mistakes were, and I was like, okay. They were bad mistakes, but they weren't mistakes that were so bad they couldn't be fixed.
Can you tell us what you think were your most glaring mistakes?
Everything. Hell, I lost. So I just feel like everything was a mistake, but it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't something that couldn't be fixed.
Wow. And when you watch it, does it make you sick? Were you disappointed? How does it, to wake up in the middle of the night and say, okay, I want to watch this right now, how do you react to it?
I was definitely, I don't know, man. It's just, nobody wants to watch themselves lose. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Had a it was a weird feeling in my stomach. You know what I mean? I was like, because like I said, I didn't perform at the best of my ability. So I think that's what disgusted me the most, made me disgusted. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So the next time, it'll be a different story on my end.
He likes to say that like you're once a quitter, always a quitter. If Koscheck submitted you, he can submit you, and all this stuff. Does it bother you when he harps on that?
No,
Okay.
not at all. I mean, he can yap all he wants. You know what I mean? He knows what's coming.
Are they making you guys do a media tour in Buffalo?
I'm not sure. You have to hit up Ali for all of that. I'm just training, and whenever I get the phone call or email from Ali in the UFC, that's when I find out.
The reason I ask is because you've had to do it a couple times now with DC. Like, would you be, I don't know, maybe a little bit annoyed to have to do that again, to go through the whole thing of sitting next to him and doing these interviews and stuff like that?
I mean, hell, it feels like it's natural now at this point. You know what I mean? We've did it so much.
Yeah.
You know, but DC and I are professionals. We know how to control our emotions and say the right thing and be respectful. You know what I mean? There's no point of being disrespectful to each other and making ourselves look dumb, you know, and stupid. So we definitely have that respect, and we do what we have to do to get everybody tuned in. But, you know, come April 8th, somebody's getting fucked up.
What do you think? Are we thinking like a Glover type of knockout here? What are you leaning towards?
Ass whooping.
Ass whooping. Early one, or do you want to prolong this a little bit?
You just never know with me. You know, sometimes I let fights go a little bit longer than expected. Sometimes I get them over with quick.
But
we'll see.
You prefer early?
Everybody prefers early.
Yeah.
Everybody prefers early, you know. Plus my grandmother, oh my God. Plus my grandmother won't be near as nervous. You know what I mean? So
sure.
We just have to see what happens. But I'm facing the champ, so it's not going to be an easy path.
And by the way, do you think that John Jones will be next?
He should be.
He should be.
I think he still should be. I mean, a lot of guys in the weight class have been putting in good work. Jimmy Manuel, you know what I mean? He just came out of a fight with OSP and knocked him out. That was a clean knockout on his part. Who else is up there? Gus is still up there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to make, you know, Gus and John fight again, you know what I mean, just to see if you have different results, you know. So there's a couple of guys up there that definitely have my attention. I think besides DC, the one guy that has my attention is, what's his name, Mishka, or something like that.
Misha Serkinov.
Yeah, that dude's a beast. He's a beast, man. I like his style, and he's built like a brick house, you know what I mean? So I think his ass is gangster.
You think he's close?
So I don't think he's close, but he's definitely somebody you have to watch out for. Definitely somebody you have to watch out for.
You saw him, because you were there in Toronto. You saw him beat Krylov, right?
I didn't see him beat Krylov. I saw him on TV beat him. Yeah, I wasn't there. You weren't ringside at the time.
Oh, okay.
At that moment.
All right.
I was in the back. I think I was probably talking to you at that moment.
Oh, right.
It was happening. So, yeah.
Also, Jared Cannonier. There's some younger guys coming up at 205. It seemed like it was stalling a little bit, right?
Yeah, it did. But now, you know, the competition is getting thick again, and I'm excited about it.
All right. Well, I wish you the best. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it actually happens this time, April 8th in Buffalo. Anthony Johnson against Daniel Cormier, #2 for the light heavyweight title. Thanks for stopping by, Rumble. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
All right, there he is. Anthony Rumble Johnson. How about that? No longer with Glenn Robinson. And now with Ali Abdelaziz. The rich get richer. The amount of guys that Ali has signed in the last couple months. Anthony Johnson, Kelvin Gastelum. Who else? I know he signed recently Ryan LaFleur. He's had Verdun recently. Rafael Dos Anjos. Probably missing a couple. He'll probably text me in a matter of seconds here to remind me. But he has signed a who's who. So very impressive. I'm curious to see what they do with John Jones, because as we've talked about, in the past, like, do you want to reward someone who's coming off a suspension with the title shot, but also the division is so shallow, at least right now? Like, guys are coming up, Serkinov, Cannonier, yes, but there isn't that, you know, and we'll see what happens with Bader, of course, but there isn't that guy that makes a hell of a lot of sense for the winner of DC Rumble. Now, if Rumble wins, maybe you do the immediate rematch, the trilogy fight, but even if DC loses, the point is, outside of those two, there isn't a guy who's really knocking on that door. So, yeah, the guy who makes the most amount of sense to me is obviously John Jones. I mean, he is the greatest light heavyweight of all time still, and you want to see him, and they need him. They need him to be successful again. What I think would make a lot of sense in a perfect world is Jones Gustafsson 2, because then you can tap into the old Jones. You can build that fight up. It's just me. Look, I was there when I Cody Garbrandt is the other one. Yes, of course. Farah reminding me. Cody Garbrandt's the other one that signed with Ali recently. So there's another big name. Could get 2 champions in the span of 4 months. Gustafsson, Jones, in my opinion, the best fight in UFC history. Loved the story. Loved how it all played out. Jones digging deep, the champion, back against the wall, all that stuff. And now, you know, you're able to tap into that once again with Jones going up against Gustafsson, getting his feet wet, getting back on track. I mean, I think that the OSP situation ended up being a blessing in disguise for Jones, because he didn't look great in that fight, and he's now able to, you know, I thought, okay, he wins this fight. He's now able to get on a roll leading up to 200. Didn't work out. We all know he got pulled from the card, and it turned out to be a horrible situation for him. But tune-up fights are good things, and especially when you're out for a long time. By the time he comes back, it'll be around a year and a half at least since he last fought. To go right in there against a Rumble or DC is tough. And so in a perfect world, I think, okay, Jones, Gustafsson on the undercard of a title fight would make the most amount of sense. The problem is, who's fighting for the belt? Who's available? There's no other top 10. Something can happen. Serkinov, you know, something could definitely happen, but I don't know. I just don't see like a viable big name emerging in the next 6-7 months. Let me text Mr. Boo-doo-doo-doo. In a minute, hopefully, we're going to be joined by Mr. Rampage Jackson, speaking of light heavyweights, although his next fight is actually taking place at heavyweight. It's happening March 31st against Muhammad Lawal. As of right now, there doesn't appear to be a venue set for that fight. By the way, I was talking about Ali, guys, and it reminded me of this. One person asked me, you know, on Friday, David Branch tweeted that he was going to come on the show and make some big announcement, #hostage. He is the middleweight and light heavyweight champion for World Series of Fighting. And so when I saw this, I was a little bit... When I saw this, I was a little bit hesitant to retweet it, to put it out there, because... you know, I don't like big proclamations like that, big promises. And so, but whatever, he put it out there on Friday. He has some issues with World Series of Fighting. That's clear. And there's a lot that's gone on. I've been sort of brought up to speed. And so I retweeted it. And then I'm told last night that he's not coming on the show, that things are better. And I can't help but feel that the tweet was sent out to use me to get what he wanted. And I don't appreciate that. That bugged me, because don't use my show as a threat to get what you want. You could come on the show, you could talk about it, that's cool, but don't put it out there to let your promoter know that you're coming out to air your dirty laundry, or else get what you want and then back out. Don't love that. Not a fan of that. And that's what happened, in my opinion. Not a huge fan of that. So I hope he got what he wanted. I hope it worked out for him. Hopefully he's happier with the situation, whatever it is he wanted to talk about. But I don't appreciate putting out a tweet and then backing out of the show because now everything's okay because you put out the tweet, because I can assure you that everything wouldn't have been okay if you didn't put out that tweet, if you get what I'm saying. I don't think I don't like promising things and not delivering. At least that's me. Let's move along. Let's welcome in my good pal, Rampage Jackson. I believe he was napping, but he is good to come on right now. Quentin, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's great to hear from you. You sound thrilled to be on the program.
No, man, I forgot about it. I, got up this morning, did my run, and came back. I was taking a nap, and I didn't recognize the number that was calling me, man. My bad.
Well, it's good to hear from you. It's good to talk. It's been a while. Are you in a good place? Are you happy for the fight? Because, I have to say, I was a little surprised that they booked this fight. I didn't think that you'd want to go through the whole hullabaloo with Mo again. I thought you were over that. I thought that this one kind of took me by surprise. What about you?
Man, I'm going to just keep it real. I'm like, whatever, man. Like, whatever Bellator want to do. They offered me Crow Cop, then he retired. Then they just came back and said, like, King Mo. I'm like, I'm like, it's whatever. I wanted to knock him out in a way. I'm like, oh, it's whatever. I'm just so over it. Like, I don't think there's a lot of people for me to fight over there in Bellator. So, I don't know what to do. So it's like whatever.
But the good news is this is your last fight on the Bellator contract, right?
Yep.
So there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, well, it's never know what's going to happen. I don't know. I like fighting at heavyweight now because I'm big as hell. I don't really want to cut down to 205 anymore. So, just get past this fight, then see if I'm just going to go on and do other things or I have to fulfill my contract with the UFC. I don't know what's in my future right now.
And so just to be clear, there was talk of you fighting Crow Cop in Japan?
I don't know where they want me to fight him at. I just know that that's who I was going to fight in March.
Oh, wow. Did you like that idea better than King Mo?
Yeah, I think that was been a better fight for the fans. Like, Crow Cop would have been a more exciting fight. King Mo just going to try to get my legs pregnant.
Huh. So and that's what you were worried about the first time, right?
Exactly. Exactly. I'm a wrestler myself, but I've been voices about fighting wrestlers, but people misunderstand what I'm saying. They think like, oh, if you don't want to fight wrestlers, go and do boxing. Not that I don't like to fight wrestlers. I just don't like to fight wrestlers that don't do nothing but hump your legs.
Have they found a venue for this fight? Because they didn't announce one yet. Do you know?
No, I don't think they have. I don't know. No, they haven't told me anything. I don't know where it's at.
It was good to see you, though, at the Bellator event last week. Did you feel, because I don't usually see you at those events, like, were they treating you well? Did you feel the love over there?
I don't care about all that no more. Like, they've been cool. I think the big problem was my former manager. I don't know if they really had a problem with me.
Okay.
I think the problem was my former manager, Anthony McGann, and once I stopped, being represented by him, I think they've been cool with me ever since. He got out of the picture because, he screwed up a lot of things for me and stuff like that. And so I think everything good now. I don't think they really trip on me no more.
Oh, okay. So, and who are you managed by now?
I'm managed by Tiki.
Tiki?
Yeah, Tiki's doing a great job, man.
Wow.
He's got the best deal. He got the best deal for me than any other manager I ever had so far. So Tiki's doing a great job.
I didn't know Tiki, and we're talking about Tiki Ghosten here, right?
Right. Yeah.
I didn't know he managed guys. Does he only manage you, or is he building a stable?
I think he managed a few other guys, but yeah, he's helping me out.
And
it's actually super refreshing to find a manager that I can trust because it hasn't been no secret that I've been screwed over. In the past, and last manager Anthony McGann screwed me over. Then all my other managers put together. So it's like it's refreshing to have like somebody that I trust and you know what I'm saying, a friend I've been knowing for like, you know, 12 plus 15, probably like 15 years, managing like these other guys that get close to you, you know what I'm saying, and befriend you, be, you know what I'm saying, like your best friend and shit, then they steal millions of dollars off you, you know what I'm saying. I just wanted to tell like all these other fighters, these up-and-coming fighters who, you know what I'm saying, is going to make big money, like be careful with your managers. Those, you get your guards down with those guys. Those are the ones that screw you more than your enemies. They like they're your friends and stuff. And for me, it's so surprising that they do that. Like, they get close to you, and the whole time they're just scheming to steal you. But the person I am, like, I learn the people that I get close to, right? And like these motherfuckers, I got secrets on these motherfuckers, like big time secrets and shit I know about them. But then they want to screw me out of $1 million. Like, I'm not gonna say nothing. Like, I know I'm not a snitch or nothing like that. But if somebody screw me out of millions of dollars, I'm gonna tell all them motherfucking secrets. You know what I'm saying? All of them. I'm just waiting for the right opportunity. I just can't understand why people do shit like that.
Are you going to try to get back this money?
You know, really, I got some attorneys and stuff on, but honestly, I don't really care about money. Like, I still have money. You know what I'm saying? Money don't make me. I think I charge to the game, but since Anthony's in another country, it's going to be hard for me. It's going to cost me more money to try to sue him and get my money back, right? So, you know what I'm saying? You know, over the years, it's added up, and it's a lot of money, but I feel like, you know what I'm saying, that's what I get for trusting this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? That's what I get. How I'm gonna get my money back, you know, sue the guy from another company. Like, I kind of know how he got some of his business and stuff set up, so it's kind of like it's going to be like loops and stuff. Like, he probably got his assets and stuff all hidden and stuff. I'm gonna try, but I think that everything happens for a reason, and you know what I'm saying, like, you know, it is what it is. I don't know. I'm going forward with returns, but it's like I'm not tripping on it. Like, if I get my money back, yeah, that's good. But if I don't, I'm like, fuck it. But I'm not going to waste, you know what I'm saying, a lot of money on attorneys and stuff and try to, because I've been ripped off by attorneys too. Shit, you know what I'm saying? You hire an attorney in to do stuff, and then that's, you know, they make you set out of court. And shit like that. You're like, man, what the fuck? You know, I could have won this, but you setting out of court and shit like that, and they charge you a big bill. Like, man, I don't really trust nobody. So now I'm proud. I'm happy to have Tiki, like, you know, being my manager. Never would have thought that I wish he would have been a manager a long time ago. Never thought that he would have been a manager, but you know what I'm saying, he has great relationships with Dana and Scott Coker, and like I said, he got me a better deal than any other manager I've ever had before.
What are the chances this fight against Mo is your last?
Honestly, it depends on how this movie and TV deal. So I got a couple people. I got like one person want to give me a sitcom. Oh. And then I got a couple of movie. You know what I'm saying, like plans. Like if the TV stuff takes off, and then, you know what I'm saying, I retire from fighting. But if not, you know, so I'll finish out my contract and finish out my stuff and then retire.
So, I mean, but this is the last fight. So if you finish up your contract, this could be it, right?
You remember that I had a deal with the UFC where I had to go back to Bellator because I got the whole court thing.
Oh, so you still have a UFC contract you have to fulfill?
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
Oh, wow. I don't think anyone knew that. That's fascinating.
A lot of people knew that.
How many fights?
I don't want to get into that, but I still got that going on with it.
Oh, wow. So, and would you be excited to go back? Like, is your heart into it? Do you feel like you'd be motivated?
No, I got nothing against the UFC. Honestly, the UFC, you know what I'm saying, they've been good. They've been good for me. They just the only problem I really have with the UFC is the whole Reebok thing. To be honest, that's the only problem I have with the UFC. Other than that, UFC they've been cool to me and stuff like that with this whole shit that's going down with the whole Bellator and stuff like that. But I feel kind of like what's the word? I'm kind of salty over the whole Reebok deal because I'm the one that brought Reebok over there when I had that shoe deal with them, and I couldn't even wear Reebok on my shorts and stuff like that. And they said, they do a whole deal with Reebok, and you gotta wear the whole Reebok. And I heard that so Reebok wasn't really paying that much money to the fighters for wearing it. They can't have other sponsors and all that. So I was like, man, so I kind of fell out with Reebok. And now they're over the UFC, and I don't want to wear Reebok.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? So that's my own thing with the UFC. I don't want to wear Reebok. So if there's any way I can go back over there and if I wear the UFC shit, I understand they got all these sponsors. They want to they want you to wear your own sponsor like that. Like I want to wear like the UFC shit, and I don't have to wear Reebok. Then that'd be easy for me. But what I'm saying, it's like I had Boost Mobile go over there. Boost Mobile was my sponsor. Then Boost Mobile came to UFC. I didn't get no thank you, no bonus, nothing like that. And then Reebok, same thing. I got kind of like bombarded, and my sponsor kind of got jacked. But I never said anything, so it's like, oh, okay. But then now, like, after I did my deal with the UFC, then Reebok, then they did the whole thing with Reebok. After my last fight with the UFC, I was like, damn, here we go. So Reebok shit.
You think that will happen? Like, do you think that they will let you not wear Reebok?
I don't know. I haven't talked to them.
Yeah.
I haven't said this is my first time even saying anything about it. You know what I'm saying? So.
Do you like the idea? Like, you probably prefer the old way where you could just wear whatever you want, get your own sponsor, do your own thing, right?
Yeah, I like that. I think that's better. I don't want to look like all the other fighters. If you ever notice.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I've been proud to not be or act or look like any other fighters. I don't want to have to wear the same outfit that the other fighters wear. I don't want to blend in. I'm nothing like the other fighters. And you know what I'm saying? I really don't want to look like them. I don't want to wear those ugly ass shorts they wear.
I don't get, like, a big part of fighting, isn't it, to be unique, personality, like you with the chain. Other fighters come, like a Joanne Calderwood comes out with her kid. Like, this is why we like fighters, right? Because you are yourself, and it's magnified and it's amplified. I still can't understand why a fight promotion would want all the fighters to look the same. I can't quite.
I can't figure it out. Look at pro wrestling. That's why pro wrestling is so popular. Yeah, people identify with different people more than out. All the fighters just look the same. Yeah, I don't. This is not me. I'd rather not do that.
So, but you would be. I mean, even if, let's say you fight the King Mo fight, and you're like, you know what, I don't feel like doing this. I have movie deals. I have TV deals. You could just walk away, right? There's nothing forcing you to.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what do you think the chances are of that happening? Like, is there a real possibility this is your last fight?
Yeah, it's a real possibility. It's a huge possibility that it could be my last fight. Like I said, if a couple of these movie deals and stuff, go through, like, cause I have money and stuff saved up, and probably last me like 10 years. But I still got to fight though. I mean, I still got to make money even after 10 years and stuff like that. I still got to have an income, and I still want to do stuff and be creative and stuff and everything. So, I think if I do movies and TV shows and stuff like that, that'd be more fun. There'd be less stress on my body, and I've done everything I wanted to do in fighting. I've been champion and stuff. I've entertained people for years, but I've been fighting for 16 years and stuff now, and now my body don't want to work right no more.
So are you in a lot of pain?
Well, I'm just, like I said, my body. I've been in a lot of wars, man. I got 48 fights.
Yeah,
I've been in a lot of wars, brother.
Okay. And how about, like, just having to be around Mo? Like, can you give us the honest assessment? Like, what do you think of Mo? Like, does he annoy you? Does it bother you that you even have to be next to him at the press conference? Deep down, do you kind of respect the guy? Do you kind of like him? How do you really feel about this guy?
Well, I respect Mo because he will fight anybody. That's one thing you notice about Mo. He don't care. He will fight anybody. But saying, is it really fighting what he's doing, or is it like holding and humping? But he'll get in there with anybody. You gotta respect him. You gotta respect him for that. But saying, he he gets he gets under my skin a little bit. Saying, he be he be talking shit about stuff he don't even know what the fuck he talking about. And the thing that really fucks me up is he thinks he won the last fight. And I'm like, how? But how did you win that fight? You know what I'm saying? It never hurt me at all. And when he took me down, he laid on top of me, and I got up, and I was aggressive, and I was throwing punches and trying to take him out the whole fight. Man, he never once tried to really take me out. And that bothers me that he think he won that fight, and his thing is like, oh, because you asked for a rematch. If you thought you won that fight, you want to ask for a rematch. I told him, I was honest, like, I asked for a rematch because I wanted to knock him out. You know what I'm saying? But he's right though. I shouldn't have asked for a rematch because I went back and watched that fight. It was a boring ass fight, and I don't like to do boring fights. There's just something about me. I don't like to do boring fights, but since it's my last fight on Bellator, that I'm gonna have to do what it takes to win.
Does he cross the like knowing you like I know you? I feel like it really, really bothers you when he talks about your weight. Does he cross the line when he does that?
Man, I don't give a fuck about that shit because I train hard when it's time for me to train hard. You know what I'm saying? He can talk about my weight all he wants. I don't give a fuck about that shit.
Okay. And just I'm sorry for continuing to harp on this, but just to be clear, like, would you even entertain the idea of re-signing with Bellator, or is that not going to happen?
Well, I don't even know if I could even talk about it like that anyway, because I told you I'm.
You got the UFC.
Thing. I got the UFC thing. Bellator it's a lot better now that I don't got that bullshit ass, fake ass manager Anthony McGann like fucking up my shit like, and so they're a lot better. They're a lot better with me and everything. They're cool, but I just wish like things would be a little bit different in Bellator, a little bit better. Like I wish I knew where the venue was, like. You know what I'm saying, right away and stuff like that. The fight's like 8 weeks away. How you not know what the venue is? I got my family and everybody asking me like, man, we want to get our tickets now. We want to get our flights and stuff now. I'm like, where is that? Like, I'm like, shit, hell, I don't know. they acting like I'm holding something back. Like I don't want them to go. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Like look on the website. And if you don't believe me, go to the website and find out where is it. And just like small things. Like that, man, and like after I fight Mo in Bellator, who's gonna be next?
Yeah,
who's gonna be next? And like I wouldn't mind going back to Japan and fight. That's what my heart really want to do. I miss the Japanese fans, but you know what I'm saying? Will they pay me what I'm worth, or you know what I'm saying? Would I have to take a pay cut just because I love fighting in Japan? You know what I'm saying? This thing that think about once you make a certain amount of money, you don't want to go backwards just because you love fighting somewhere.
Of course.
Yeah, so.
One thing, and by the way, what did you think of Bjorn Rebney showing up with that union? Were you surprised about that? The association.
Yeah, I was surprised about that. I'd be even more surprised that people actually joined that union because that's something he could have did while he was promoting Bellator, while he got to, you know what I'm saying, get in his position, then try to look out for the fighters, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Bjorn Rebney is the key reason that I had a problem with Bellator, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying, from my deals with Viacom and stuff like that. It's all things come back to Bjorn Rebney and why I end up even having that lawsuit and stuff with Viacom and stuff like that because stuff he promised me and that was kind of like written in the contract, and my old man was too stupid to even be able to understand the contract and understand the stuff that he said. It was like written in one of those ways where lawyers say stuff like, say, for example, like if you can say something that, a certain way and you think that it's something that's supposed to happen, but say, no. If you pay attention to it, it's something that we just say, all we got to do is introduce you to this person. We didn't say that this person had to give you a movie or give you this. We just, all we was contracted to was just introduce you to the president of Viacom or whatever. We didn't promise you a movie. You know what I'm saying? We promised you a meeting with the president of our company. Oh, and my old man was too stupid to see stuff like that. And so like if I was fighters that want to start a union and stuff like that, I would want to do it with somebody who always had fighters' backs and always, you know what I'm saying, always try to take care of fighters, not somebody who decided to take care of fighters once they got forced out of their own promotion, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I understand. And others have voiced that criticism as well. By the way, that's all well and good, but one thing, you know, I'm a very neurotic person and I have a guilty conscience, and it's still kind of, I feel like I can't truly rest until I find out that you're in a happy place in your love life, because you blamed me for ruining your relationship with your girlfriend. And so I just wanted to know, is everything better? Like, did you find a new love? Are you back with the old girl? How are we doing?
No, man. You fucked me up, man. I was with that girl for 3 years, man, and we was doing good. She was right there next to me when I was doing the interview with you and shit. And she was laughing at my little corny jokes and shit.
Yeah.
Can't you tell, motherfucker, I ain't happy? Can't you tell I ain't happy, man? I ain't joking around and shit. I ain't chipper and shit. Like, I'm laying in bed by my motherfucking self, corny as fuck. I ain't got no daily pussy. Because of you, motherfucker. Because of you.
I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying? You want to bring that shit up? I was trying to be cordial and not bring that shit up. You know what I'm saying? I wake up every morning with morning wood and shit because of you, motherfucker. How you feel about that? I hope you go to bed tonight thinking about my morning wood in the morning because it's your fault, because I ain't got nothing to take care of that.
Nothing?
I'm a black man living in Orange County. Orange County, motherfucker. Ain't no black people here. These damn girls don't like no big ass black guy. Fuck around with you. I gotta recruit chicks from all over the motherfucking place and shit because your motherfucking ass. And that girl, she did everything right. She knew what she was doing. She had been trained for 3 motherfucking years. 3 years, homie. And you fucked it up. Honestly, you better give me some new nachos.
What's that?
You better find me a chick.
Oh.
You gotta find me a chick.
I know a lot of nice Jewish girls. You like Jewish girls?
Man, I like all girls.
All right.
They hot. But they got, you gotta first thing you gotta find out what that mouth do.
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I will ask you this. It's been like 2 years. Can you not reconcile? I mean, you didn't do anything wrong. All you said was like, you don't know if you love her. You didn't want to put it out there. And I get that. I understand. So like, can you not just call her up, send her some roses, something like that?
See, you don't know what type of dude I am. We was right there. She was laughing at my jokes and stuff like that. Then you asked me, was I in love?
Yeah.
I was like, no, I'm not in love. Then she started crying and shit like that. And then I'm like, what the fuck going on and stuff? So I talked to her, and then basically the conversation turned bad because I don't lie. I don't lie to the girl I'm dating and shit. I don't lie to her, and I kept it real with her. But sometimes when you keep it real, it goes wrong.
Yeah, that's true.
And it went really wrong. And
did she leave that day? Like she just left that day?
Oh yeah. We were done that day.
And you haven't talked to her since?
No. We talked. I tried to hit it. I mean, I tried to hang out with her a couple times and stuff like that, and everything. And we hung out a little bit and stuff like that. But since she wanted to jump back into a relationship, and I'm like, no, I feel bad, like, because I feel like my freedom, and she want to be all lovey-dovey and fall in love and be married. I already been there. I already been married and shit before. I ain't with all that.
Wow. Do you think maybe if I call her, it could patch it up or no?
Man, hell no, you might try to hit that. I don't know you, man. I don't know.
I have a wife and 3 kids.
Man, I know people got wives and 2 girlfriends. I don't know you like that, motherfucker.
We shared a matzo ball together. I mean, we've done it all.
Hey man, I ain't never been nowhere near your matzo balls, man. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
I still have people that come up to me and say one of their favorite moments of any of my interviews was when you were walking with the tray and you were like, "They got pecan pie up in this she." Remember that? That's one of their. Yeah, my wife still says that.
I ain't giving you my ex-girlfriend. I ain't giving you my ex-girlfriend phone. I don't give a fuck how many pecan pies and shit we done talked about. Fuck that shit, man.
What if we call her?
You fucked up my sex. You fucked up my sex life, homie. My sex life is fucked because you just know that.
And I'm sorry, and I want to fix it. What if we call her right now on the air? Do you think that she would be happy about that?
Dude, I don't know, man.
Should we try?
I don't know. I don't know, man. You want me to call on three-way? You want to talk to her?
Yeah, let's try.
Hold on.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna fix this once and for all. Okay.
All right. You better get me laid tonight, motherfucker.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm just trying to get you back on good terms, but I think this could be it.
All right, hold on.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're calling Rampage's ex-flame, who he believes I severed their relationship. After an innocent question, we're going to try to... Hello there.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going? This is Ariel Helwani. I'm a friend of Quentin Jackson's.
Oh, hi.
How are you?
How you doing? I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm very sorry to bother you, but I don't know if you remember this, but a couple of years ago, I was doing an interview with Quentin, and I believe you were next to him, and I asked him a question about you, and he said that you were upset over it, and ever since then, you haven't been on good terms. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, he.
I remember.
What's that?
Yeah, I remember. I remember you.
He says that I ruined the relationship, and I feel very bad about this. You know, I have horrible Jewish guilt. He's been very good to me throughout my career, and I wanted to know what can I do to get you guys back together, because he was really happy. He would talk about you all the time, saying that, you know, he just loved being with you. You helped him out. You were a great friend to him. You were a great companion. He misses you dearly. I know this. I can feel it. He's been a bit of a grump lately, and so what can I do to get you guys back together? Is there anything at all?
I don't think you ruined their relationship. I don't know. I mean, me and him can talk about it.
I would love that. I would love nothing more. I honestly...
Yeah, you know, Quentin's my best friend. He's been my best friend for a long time, and you know, me and him were really close. So you know, I wouldn't mind talking to him again.
Can we talk butt naked in my jacuzzi?
What?
Wait. We were getting somewhere.
What are you doing?
I don't know what that was. I don't know. Just forget that part. What could we do? Maybe tonight. Like, what are you doing tonight? Maybe tonight you guys can go out for dinner or something. Go see a movie.
Well, have him. How about this? How about you have him call me and we can talk about it?
Well, I actually think I have him on the line right now. Quentin, are you there?
No, I'm not here.
You're not there. Then who's on the other line?
Oh, this is his cousin Clinton.
Clinton. Oh, hi, Clinton.
Hey, how you doing, Mariah? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, Quentin?
Oh, I love this.
I'm doing pretty good.
Have you heard of Quentin? Clinton?
Yes. I seen Quentin the other day. He was pretty sad, and he said he had blue balls because he ain't been doing nothing sexually lately.
Don't say that.
You know?
Don't say that.
Oh my!
You're ruining it. We're getting somewhere. I'm finally fixing the situation.
Of course, Quentin would say something like that.
No. Forget that part. Forget that part. I really feel like we're in a good place here, and I want to make this happen. You seem like a lovely girl, and I can hear the happiness in his voice. I can feel it coming out. Can we fix this once and for all? I want to get you two lovebirds back together, and I think that this is what Quentin needs to go back on a big run, back into the cage, win a few fights, become champion again, top of the world, the man, loved by all, A-team, all that stuff. I feel like you're the missing link.
And get me some morning sex. No.
Dinner. He wants dinner. He wants companionship. He wants a friend to cry on. He wants a shoulder.
Man,
he wants support.
I want to get fucked, man. What's that? I want that too.
I know. See, that's the problem, right?
Don't skip the sex part.
No.
Ariel Helwani.
Please.
Quentin just wants some booty.
No, he doesn't. He really doesn't. He told me he's just an alpha male, and he's trying to put this out there. So tonight, is this going to happen?
I know. He's a funny guy. He's always going to be, he's a
teddy bear.
Always trying to joke around.
He's a teddy bear with a big heart.
He's just a big teddy bear.
So tonight, do we have a date?
He's like a 12.
What about tonight, 8 o'clock? Are you free at 8?
I train at 8. So
forget about the training for one night, Quentin. We're getting it back. I'm making it happen for you, my man. Forget about
my coaches ain't gonna play that shit.
Tell them I said so, all right? I'm getting the love of your life back. You've been complaining about this woman. Every time you come on my show, you're blaming me. I feel horrible about it. Let's make it happen. Let's get you two back. We need more love in this world. Do you see what's going on around us? Bans, protests. We need more love. We need you guys to get back together. Make it happen. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna start protesting if I don't get no sex soon. Yeah, so you gotta.
Oh my God.
Okay, how about 9:30? Yes, go ahead.
How about we talk about it, me and Quentin, and we'll go from there.
All right, but don't wear nothing sexy. You gotta wear like a muumuu or something and everything.
All right,
I'll
cover it up.
Yeah, because you be planting those thirst traps, and you be, you know, saying dressing all sexy and shit, and ask me and like think I shouldn't be trying to hit or nothing like that. You can't do that. You gotta come with a muumuu on, and you can't be doing your hair and stuff, and you gotta wear some ugly ass tennis shoes, and put a baseball cap on. You look ugly when you wear a baseball.
No. Be as beautiful as you are. I could tell from your.
I'll try my best.
I want you guys back together. When's the last time you two spoke? Has it been a while?
Yeah, she be wearing them Daisy Dukes with a half shirt on, and
That's not true.
Her butt cheeks be hanging out of her pants. How am I not want to try to hit that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's not true.
Man, I ain't lying. All right, Eric.
I'm shy right here.
So this is it. So we have it on the record here. You guys are gonna figure it out, and you're both open. And you're willing to get back on track, to be together. Everyone's rooting for you. I have all these tweets. Everyone wants to see this happen. This is the couple of 2017. I believe that this is the spark to get humanity back on track.
All right, Ariel, it's good, man.
We'll see. Thank you.
Okay, well, it was great to talk to you. By the way, was Mariah? Is that your name, Mariah?
Yeah.
Mariah, you are a great sport. I appreciate you doing this, and I hope that you can find it in your heart to not only forgive me, but Rampage as well. We just want love, and we want you all to be back together, okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
There we go. Well, thank you very much. Have a great night.
All right.
All right, bye, Mariah. Hang up the phone.
All right, I'll talk to you soon.
Oh, soon.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
What do you think?
I think I'm gonna hit that tonight, homie.
Oh, this is beautiful. Am I the greatest wingman of all time, or what?
Oh yeah, man. You might just put me back on track.
How about that? We're back. You didn't even want to come on the show today. I may have gotten you a big time interview, all this exposure, and your girl back. You didn't think that was gonna happen?
Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna happen. Look at you.
You underestimated my skills. You know, I'm spoken for now, but back in the day, I had a way with the ladies. I could talk them into anything, really.
Bro, you didn't have to say nothing with a nose like that. They just want to sit on it. You don't got to. Come on, you ain't fooling me, homie.
Oh,
I know what the ladies like.
I have to say.
Yeah, you ain't fooling me, homie. They just want to sit on that nose, brother.
Listen. I have to say, with so much bad going on outside, this is one of the highlights of my career right here. I'm so happy that you're back. Can you do me a favor? You want to be in like the TV business? Can we film this meeting of you guys coming back together, like the dinner with the conversation? I want to see like what it's like when the sparks fly again, when you guys hug it out.
I don't know about all that. I don't be wanting everybody all in my business. I don't know about that.
Oh gosh. All right. Well, are you gonna?
We're gonna see how it works.
Okay.
We're gonna see how it works.
Can you keep us posted?
Oh yeah. I keep you posted. I text you. I send you pictures and videos. But don't let your wife see some of the videos.
Well, no, just I want PG. Just give me so I can let the world know that everything's okay. Because I think everyone's kind of upset about this. As am I. Tonight, are you gonna call her? Are you gonna really meet her tonight?
Yeah. As soon as I get done training on my way home, I'm gonna text her and stuff like that and everything. See if she's free. And then I'm gonna try to go meet up with her.
Wow. What a day. I am so happy.
I didn't know you had so much game, homie.
You know how I do.
You had all happy and giggling, yeah.
You know how I do. So does that mean have I redeemed myself? Like now we're all good? Now it's up to you, my man.
Yeah, you tried. Yeah. See, look, it was the thought that counted. Like, even though, now I got to seal the deal. All I got to do is keep my horny ass mouth shut.
That's right.
Don't be trying to go right for the kids. See, I think that's where I've been messing up.
That's right.
Because she's really good. She's really good at what she do, and I remember that shit. That's what the problem is, homie. You know what I'm saying?
See, now you're back.
I've been in a little Pinocchio drought. You know what I'm saying? And that's not good.
You're back. It's good. It's good to have you back, Rampage. Okay, so this is the thing. Go do your thing. Go train. Go be in a good place. Call her up. Make it happen. And then do your thing. And just, do me. If you want to think about me, cool. If you want to, but this is you. It's all you.
Hey, whoa. I'm not going to be thinking about you while I'm doing my thing. Man. What the fuck wrong with you, man? Damn, you done messed it. Oh, I'm going to be thinking about you while I'm doing my thing. Oh, you done messed it up for me, bro. Man, now you done just messed it up.
Okay, let us know.
You just done messed it up.
No. Forget about that part. We're in a good place. Make it happen. I believe in you. Rampage. Make it happen, all right?
Man, if your face pop up while I'm doing it to her, man, I'm calling you. I hope it's 3:00 in the morning in New York, motherfucker.
Oh. Rampage Jackson. Wow, that was something else. Okay. Wow, we made love. Let's go. Let's go to our next guest. He's been patiently waiting. Derrick Lewis standing by. Derrick, what do you think? Did you see it? I know you love a good woman. What do you think of that? What do you think of my skills?
I guess that was pretty good, man. What about we call one of my ex? I only cheated on her like 4 times. And you think we could get back together?
I don't know if I could work that kind of magic, my man. I think, but listen.
Yeah, it was only 4 times. She acted like it was more than that, but oh well.
Yeah, 5 is really the cutoff, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 5. Come on.
Yeah, did that recently happen?
No.
Oh, okay. How is your love life now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's okay. We rebuilding right now. Everything's going good.
It's just one right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. You building. What does that mean, you're building?
Let's just talk about MMA right now.
Okay. Okay. What?
She watched the show, so I can't really.
She's a fan? She's a fan of mine?
Yes.
Well, that's nice.
No, she just stalked me on all my social media.
Okay. All right, fair enough. So now you're fighting in Halifax, no longer Brooklyn. What did you think when you got that call?
I didn't know what Halifax was, and they told me it was in Canada.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think I'm allowed to fight in Canada because of my record. So they was like, oh, yeah, that's right. And so I had to do a whole bunch of stuff, fingerprints, and make sure everything was good for me to go for the country to accept me. I'm still waiting on a yes or no answer right now, actually.
Wow. So they still haven't given you the okay?
Not yet.
Wow. And they already announced this fight. That's kind of putting the cart before the horse, right?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I guess they have faith, They somehow are going to get me over there. So I'm all good with it.
Have you ever been to Canada?
I've never been to Canada. Never even talked to anyone from Canada.
What are you talking about? I'm from Canada.
Oh, you really from Ireland or something, like Israel or something, man. You're not from Canada. You ain't born over there.
Yes, I am. Montreal. Why do you think I have a flag right over here? Can you see it?
Nah, I see a bunch of cartoons.
Well, let me tell you, Halifax is beautiful. It's in the Maritimes. It's all the way on the east. Beautiful part. Do you know what province it's in? Halifax?
No.
Nova Scotia, it's called.
Never heard of none of them cities. I never heard of none of them. I don't go that far north.
Sure, that's true. Were you disappointed to not be in Brooklyn, to not be fighting in Brooklyn, pay-per-view card, first one in Brooklyn? Like, did you really want that?
Yeah, I really wanted the pay-per-view card because I never fought on pay-per-view before, but they wanted to give me another main event, so I was happy with that.
I thought that you would be happier because the last time I spoke to you, you were kind of insinuating that you wanted some time off, so this just gives you a couple more weeks.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just not getting over the flu. I had the flu like all last week, and so it was like perfect timing that they wanted to give me another week because I didn't have the energy to really train last week.
Okay, yeah, it's actually just one more week. It's not even 2 weeks. It's really 8 days. 8 days to be exact. Yeah. And so do you feel like you have to, because this could go 5 rounds, you were preparing for 3 rounds. Do you feel like you have to change anything in training?
No, I was still training like it was 5 rounds because I liked the way my gas tank was my last fight.
Okay.
By going like 4 rounds, and I liked the way I felt.
When I talked to you, you were saying that, there might be something in the works, but you want a time off. Eventually, why did you decide to come back sooner than you were leading on?
Because my manager called me at the right time whenever I was drunk, and I said, "Hell yeah, I'll fight." So here we are.
Do you regret saying yes?
No, I'm not. I don't regret it at all. I appreciate it. It was good. It's a good feeling.
How do you feel about Travis Browne these days? I mean, he's a bit of a polarizing character.
Yeah, I believe he's a good fighter. I believe he's a real good fighter. I believe he's going to be one of my toughest opponents. That's the reason why I wanted to fight him. But he look at it like I'm disrespecting him by calling him out that I wanted to fight him. But I look at it, it's not like that because I called out a couple of guys that I believe that was better than me, and I felt like that they were just going to push me. I believe they was going to make it into a real good fight. So that's the reason why I wanted this fight. But he looking at it like I'm disrespecting him.
Did he say that?
That's what I heard. Someone told me that in the interview that he said that in the interview. So I'm saying, okay, he looking at that as some type of motivation, I guess, going into the fight. I could look at him beating his wife and all that, and by me going through all the stuff I went through as my childhood, watch my mom getting beat by another man, this and that, and feeling helpless. And I could look at this fight as some type of motivation too, since he like to hit on women.
Do you look at it that way?
Of course, I'm always looking for a little something to give me a motivation, so,
And there was some talk that he left Edmund's team, the Glendale team, but he was at Black House, but he's kind of going back and forth. Do you think it would be smart for him to leave the team full time?
It doesn't matter. I just want Travis to be the best shape of his life. I want to fight the best Travis of all time. I don't want no excuses. I just want him to come like in the top of his game like he never been before. I want him to be the best.
Do you feel like he's regressed a little bit?
I don't follow him in his career, so I really don't know. I believe it's all mental game, so I believe right now, hopefully he has his head clear, and he has some type of motivation to really push the pace and really want to come out in the fight.
Does this excite you more because, like you were saying, that the last 2 opponents, you didn't even know who they were? Everyone knows Travis Browne in MMA, so at least now it's like a name that can get you pumped up. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, all the fights in the UFC really pumps me up, man. It's like it's even more pumped up since it's a main event, and it is Travis. So, I just appreciate that he accepted the fight. And I believe it's like a few more weeks away, and I just hopefully he don't try to come up with no type of injury or nothing like that. I'm always like wishing the guy, hopefully he don't get hurt into his training camp and be like a bummer.
Are you concerned that he will come up with that? Like, do you feel like that's something that's a possibility?
Yeah, I believe it is. It's always a possibility whenever it's a guy in the heavyweight division. Because we're all big guys.
Do you still feel like you need to press the reset button? You mentioned that after the last win. Do you feel like you need to do that, or was that just in the heat of the moment?
I believe I do. Huh. I went back and seeing why I'm not really doing my transition from the gym into my fights.
Yeah.
And the way I train is nothing like compared to the way I fight, and so that's what really frustrates me the most.
Okay, so do you feel like you figured it out? Like, do you understand why that's happening?
Yeah, I believe so. And hopefully, we'll see a better performance out of myself. Why? I'm pretty sure you will. I'm working on my foot movement and stuff like that. And I believe that's what's one of my downfalls. I wasn't really moving my feet.
Okay, so you think that's been the big issue going from the gym to the cage?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, do you watch a lot of MMA? Like, do you watch the random fights? Like, did you watch the fights this past weekend?
Yeah, I watched the fights this weekend. I really watched heavyweight fights. I really don't watch no one else.
So I was going to ask you, because a lot of people feel like, okay, all of a sudden there's some new blood at heavyweight, you being at the forefront, and then also Francis Ngannou. What do you make of him, Francis?
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a real good fighter. A lot of people want to see me and him match up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, of course, it's America. They like to see that black on black crime. So, whenever the time comes, when Dana White called me and asked me if I wanted to fight him, yeah, I'm going to fight him.
Do you think it would be a mistake to match you guys up now? Like, because you're two rising stars, two contenders, that it would make more sense to wait until you're in the title picture? Or are you expecting them to do this relatively soon?
Yeah, if they could do it while we're in the title picture, and that'd be like perfect. Like, I believe it'd be more of a build up, more of a hype behind it if they wait and see if we're on a title of contention. So even if they do it now, I'm down to go. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Who do you think gets a title fight first, you or him? It feels like it's almost like a race to get to the top between you two. The new guy.
I believe it would be me. I believe it would be me.
Really? How come?
Yeah. Because it's just the timing side of the things, and I believe, like, if I get through Travis, and just the way, I guess, it'd be real close because he's ranked number 10 now, and I believe he's probably going to move up to 7, so I believe it's like one more fight after Travis, then we'll see who goes there.
So you think you're...
it could be me and him going after each other after this one.
Do you think you're one fight away from fighting for the belt after Travis?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel like people get excited?
Because,
go ahead.
All the top 5 guys, they're all getting popped left and right with steroids and all kind of anal beads and all the other kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
So.
Or they get injured.
Yeah, they get injured somehow, yeah.
Do you feel like people get a little more excited about him because of his physique? Like, he's got like the 8-pack and all that stuff. Like, your physique's a little different.
I got the keg, man. But no, I guess they know the guy coming out finishing fights pretty fast. They like seeing that.
Yeah.
I like seeing it too. I wish my fights can really end up like that, but a lot of guys want to come out and just hold me. So that's what I'm looking for too. This fight coming out, finish the fight real quick.
When he does that, like, do you look at him and like, oh, okay, now I have to top him? Because, like I said, you're the two youngest guys, like, as new names in that division. We've seen all these other guys fight for the belt. We haven't seen you guys in a title fight. So do you feel like, oh, he did that in 3 minutes, I got to go out and win in 2 minutes, or do it more impressively? Do you think that way?
Yeah, I do. I ain't gonna lie, I do. I'm really trying to be that guy in the heavyweight division that everyone look out for. So of course, it's my competition. I gotta go out there and perform better than the next.
By the way, just a bit of a side note, you've been on the show like 3 or 4 times in the last 4 or so months, and every time you have a new number. Why do you keep changing your phone number?
No, we can't talk about that.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm just curious. It's hard to get...
I'm not like Rampage. I can't tell you all my personal business, the reason why I don't let... No.
All right. You must be you must be excited about the Rockets, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Unbelievable.
They're doing pretty good this year. We've been in a slump the last 3 games, but we okay.
Pretty good. No one expected this. Come on, you didn't expect this.
Expect what?
Them to be this good? James Harden, 50 points, triple-double, all this stuff?
Yes, I expected all of that. It was about time, We got rid of Dwight Howard. That's why I say we just need to get rid of him, then we'll be good.
You were the only guy who was saying from the get-go, even last year, get rid of him and then good things were... Well, even like the NBA guys weren't even saying that.
Yeah, I know because I'm a fan. You know, I'm a real fan. I don't care if they lose or win. You know, I'm a real fan.
You watch
I'm not like these MMA fans. The MMA fans they're the worst. They're the worst type of fans you could have.
Why?
Because 1 minute they all like, oh yeah, let me get an autograph. I'm seeing my address, send me a signed copy of a photo or whatever. But soon you lose, they you suck, you trash, and this and that.
You get that?
Yeah, of course. I don't care, you know.
I never understood someone who would tweet a professional athlete like you suck because you lost an athletic competition. Like what you guys do takes more courage than many people. What we do in our daily lives. You step into a cage, you close the door, you fight another man with 4-ounce gloves. Like, no, it says something about a person who would do that, right?
Of course, it's my job. They criticize me like I could be doing anything else. Said that I could go be riding my bike to the store or something like that. Oh, what are you doing riding a bike? You're supposed to have been training for something like this. It isn't like I'm like complaining to them. Oh, what are you doing eating at Popeyes? You work at McDonald's, so why are you eating at Popeyes?
Yeah.
Some stupid shit like that.
Yeah, you're right. So what do? You just block these people? What do you...
Yeah, I block some of them only because, I'm just tired of seeing it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's like you're having a nice day with your family or whatever, and then this idiot comes up on your Twitter talking smack, right?
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
Well, it don't matter,
What's so funny?
Nothing. Getting my feet rubbed.
Oh, you're still feeling sick?
No, I said I'm getting my feet rubbed.
You're what? Oh, you're getting your feet rubbed right now?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
No.
Can I see?
Why, man? Why are you a freak, man? No. That's how y'all are. That's how it is in Canada or what? Y'all freaks?
I just wanted to see
your fetish, man. You wanted to see Rampage and his girl make out. Now you want to see me get my foot rubbed? No.
I thought you were in your office or something. Like I see the.
No, I'm in my man cave.
Oh. Okay. What's in your man cave? Like a big screen TV and all that?
Yeah, big screen. Yeah.
Okay.
You see, I don't know if you can see it. No, you probably can't see it.
What do you mean you could? Oh.
Oh, no, you can't see it. I don't know how to turn it around.
Oh, because you're on a computer right now.
Yeah, my laptop.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Well, yeah, I was just surprised that, because usually like if I get my feet rubbed, I'd laugh or, I'd be more like reactionary, but you're calm as a cucumber right now. Like you have no reaction whatsoever.
Yeah. Because I'm used to the freak stuff like that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's nice to see that you're repping the Reebok shirt. Fighting is in your DNA. I like that. You're a team player.
It was the only shirt I could grab at the time. No, I don't have no shorts on though.
Okay. I'm not even asking about that. You see? I've learned my lesson.
I got a shirt and a hat on. That's all I got.
That's all right. That's great. Well, I look forward to the fight. I hope it actually happens. When do you expect to find out about like the clearance stuff?
Hopefully it'll be this week.
Okay.
Tomorrow they coming to pick me up early in the morning and going to do the Super Bowl media day.
Oh, because it's in Houston. Are you going to the Super Bowl?
Yeah. No, I'm not going to the Super Bowl. Only if they give me free tickets.
Right.
Other than that, I'm not going.
You're going to do like media row, radio row, all that?
Yeah.
But you don't like doing media.
I don't.
So why are you doing it?
I don't know, man. I'm really just burnt out on all of this stuff, really.
Just the whole game in general?
Yeah. I wish I could have a normal job,
Really?
I prefer a normal job over this.
Really?
Any day. Yeah. I've been saying that for years, though.
What do you mean? What kind of job? Like, what's the job that you would prefer?
Like a regular 9 to 5.
Wow.
Like going in the oil field.
But you're doing so well.
Yeah, I know, but still, I'm still not really satisfied. I don't know.
Is it because
I think about it every now and then?
Wow, I'm surprised to hear you say. Is it because of the attention you don't like having to do all the other stuff? If you could just fight, that would be okay. But it's all the other stuff that bothers you.
Yeah, all the other stuff. If I could just fight, it'd be fine. But all the other stuff, that getting in front of the cameras, the media, and the mic, and all that, I really prefer to do none of that. So I don't care about all of the media and stuff like that, the promotion, trying to promote myself. You know, even on my Instagram, Twitter, you see that I rarely post a picture about myself.
Yeah.
I'm always posting videos or anything about other stuff. You know, I don't care about the publicity. I don't care about all of that.
Yeah, no, I could definitely see that. Except for this show, though, right? I mean, you like doing this.
Yeah, the show is cool. You know, it's all right.
So why don't you tell them? I don't want to do anything like Ronda Rousey. I don't want to talk to anyone. I just want to fight.
No, Ronda Rousey showed me a valuable lesson. I can't do that. Because if I do something like that, then I come out and perform like she did. No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's smart. So do you think that you're not going to fight for very long? Like, do you foresee yourself 1 year or so you're done?
I don't know. We'll see. You know, if I go on a losing streak, then we'll see.
Do you enjoy fighting? Like, do you enjoy the actual fight?
Yeah, I enjoy the actual fight. You know, it's frustrating at the most part, but I enjoy it. You know, I just wish a guy come out and just really try to brawl with me instead of just like hold me around, hold me down, and hold me against the cage and stuff like that.
Is it because you get anxious leading up, like doing the interviews and stuff? Like, does it make you uncomfortable?
No, I get real anxious, you know, and just really having high hopes, and then whenever it's time to fight, then the guy, they talk all this crap in the media and saying, oh, they're going to do this and that. But whenever it's time to fight, they do completely opposite. You know, I'm expecting to fight. You know, I'm staying up late at night thinking about how the fight's going to go, and it ended up completely opposite.
Well, I feel like Travis Brown's gonna be the kind of opponent to sort of get that out in you, right? Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I believe so too. You know, I thought Roy Nelson was going to be that guy too, and he ended up being a D2 wrestler.
You weren't impressed?
No, not at all.
How are you going to prepare for the height advantage that Travis has?
Oh, it doesn't matter. The way Travis Brown stands, he stands eye level. You know, he doesn't use his height as his advantage. You know, and we have the same reach anyways. The only thing that he got on me is his legs. That's about it.
Right. Do you tell your coaches this ever? Like, I'm just not into it. I don't want to do this.
Yeah, my coach knows that. Okay. He knows that. There's many days I go into the gym and be like, oh, this bullshit right here. Like, the whole time we hitting pass, I'm like, damn, man, I wish I had a regular job.
Wow. Well, you know, it's amazing that you think that way and you're still doing so well, because if your heart's not into it, I would think that you wouldn't be successful as a fighter, but here you are, you're kicking ass.
Yeah, I guess it would be different if I get paid more, you know?
Sure.
I'm getting paid crap compared to everyone else. You know, if I was getting paid millions of dollars like Conor McGregor, then hell yeah, I'd be happy in the motherfucker.
Sure. Didn't you just sign a new contract?
Yeah, I did, but, you know, I'm really not happy with it.
You going to try to get a new one after this?
Yeah.
Okay. How many fights left?
I got 3 more fights.
Including this one?
I'll be having 2 more after this one.
Right. Are you going to go to the fights this weekend because they're in Houston?
Yeah, they asked me if I wanted to go.
Do you want to go?
I told them, yeah, I'll go.
Are you excited?
I wasn't going at first, but since they called me and asked me if I wanted to go, so I'm going to go.
Would you prefer not to go?
Yeah, I prefer not to.
Just chill out at home, right?
Yeah.
Get your feet rubbed, whatever.
Yeah, all of that. All the good stuff.
Do you even know who's fighting this weekend?
Korean Zombie and some other dude.
That's right. Dennis Bermudez.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. Well, it's good to catch up. But, you know, I say this to you. I always appreciate you coming on because I know you don't love doing this stuff, but people love to hear from you. You're very entertaining guy. So I hope that you will, you know, keep fighting if you want to and are happy with how much you're making. And I hope you keep coming on the show because I love talking to you.
Yeah, and I'm still waiting on my check, man. You say you're supposed to send my check the last time we did an interview.
What about for what?
Yeah, you're supposed to be paying me, man.
I said I would do that once you went to Dana White's house to get the money for the Manila card. Did you do that yet?
Yeah, ask Dana White if I went to his house. Ask him. You ask him and see what he say.
What would he say?
See the reason why I'm not happy right now. And see. Ask him. Next time you interview him, ask him if I came to his house.
Wow, you really went?
Ask him.
I don't know when I'm going to get to talk to him. He's not very available these days to us.
Oh, well, you need to stop tweeting that stuff then. You need to stop tweeting stuff that he told you not to tweet.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
The Brock Lesnar crap.
That again we're talking about? That was actual news. The same way I would tweet that you're fighting Travis Brown. That's news. You like the NBA, right? You're an NBA fan? Right?
Yeah.
You know Woj? You know Woj, right? You know Woj, he writes all the NBA news. Do you read NBA news?
No, I don't. No. I don't go that far into it.
Okay. Well, this happens in all kinds of sports. This guy signed to fight this guy. This guy is signing a contract with this team. This is just general stuff. It's not negative. It's not positive. It's just news.
So, who Chuck Liddell is fighting now?
Chuck?
I heard that he's coming back. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh, you didn't hear that?
Wow. See? I learned from the best.
So it's cool if I tweet that first, or are you going to tweet it first?
No, you can have that one, but it has to be right. You can't just tweet. I pride myself on being.
What if I say allegedly? Allegedly,
no.
everyone is said.
No. It can't be allegedly. It has to be right. Have you ever seen me tweet something that ended up being wrong?
I don't know. I just started following you, man. You don't follow me, so I didn't ever follow you. I just started following you like a few days ago.
I don't think that's true. I think I do follow you. Okay, now I'm following you.
Nah.
See, I'm following you.
It's all good.
I love you I follow you on Instagram, though. You know that.
Yeah, that's where all the freak stuff go down there. I know you're a freak, man. It's freaks in Canada, man.
Yeah, well.
I got to make sure I bring extra underwear when I go out there.
Can I ask you one last thing?
What's up?
Mayweather-McGregor, are you interested in it?
No, I'm not.
Why?
Because I believe Mayweather will whoop that boy in the boxing rounds.
Okay.
Conor McGregor, he got tired in, 3 rounds when he fought Nate Diaz?
Yeah.
Nick Diaz, whatever his name is?
Yeah, Nate.
And he got to go like 12 rounds, even though it's 3 minutes, but still, 12 rounds in a boxing fight? That's too long, man.
Okay. So you're not going to watch it?
No, I'm not going to watch him, because I believe Conor McGregor get gassed out.
Okay.
And Mayweather just pick him apart.
Hey, by the way, is America trill yet again? You feel like we're in a good place? You were wearing the hat. Are you happy with the trillness of America?
Yeah, I'm good with it. At first Donald Trump said he's gonna build a wall. Then he said he's not gonna build a wall. But now he's saying that he's gonna build a wall.
Sure.
I'm like, come on, man, you playing my emotion. You're gonna build it or not. So I guess he's gonna build it now. But he's saying that the Canadians gonna help him build it since Mexico not. They don't want to do it. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm cool with that. The Canadians can spend their money on the wall.
All right. Let's leave it at that. Derrick, a pleasure as always. Thank you. Best of luck to you.
No problem.
And keep up the tweets. All right. I'm loving them.
All right, man. Thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
All right. All the best. There he is. Derrick Lewis, the Black Beast. He fights Travis Brown February 19th in Halifax. Okay. How about this? Let's go from Rampage Jackson to Derrick Lewis to Brian Stan. I don't know. It just seems like a natural progression. Derrick Lewis, Rampage, Brian Stan, How are you, Brian?
I'm doing all right. I'm still laughing from Derrick. I mean, I love that guy. I've got to call many of his fights. And I'm telling you, every time I speak to him, he has me rolling with laughter. How you haven't been following him on Twitter by now is a real mistake. I mean, he is a true gem.
Yes.
It's not always appropriate, but it's a laugh every single time.
Yeah, that is a major misstep on my part, and I've corrected it. I've rectified it. I'm following him now. So I'm sorry, Derrick Lewis. Yeah. And you didn't hear the Rampage thing. That was just, whew. But let's...
Your producer mentioned a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
We made it.
That magic in the MMA out.
So, Brian, this is Brian Stan of Fox Television. Wow, what a fall from grace. You go from millions of homes to the MMA Hour in the span of 48 hours. Great job on Saturday. You and John Anik were fantastic, as always. And full disclosure, you actually reached out to us because you wanted to clear something up from the broadcast. So I wanted to talk to you about it.
Look, I'm gonna talk about it on my Sirius show tomorrow night, and hopefully I'll have Jorge Masvidal on there as a guest.
Okay.
But you know me well enough, Ariel. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, and I look into the details, and I love constructive criticism. And so after the fight, I had a couple of questions. Not many social media, less than I expected. But a few people engaged me today, just in my personal world, about the stoppage or the almost stoppage of the Masvidal-Cerrone fight. And enough people question me, but I saw one thing in particular which caught my eye and said, you know what? Let me go on Ariel's show. Let me try and clear the air here to the biggest audience I can get to. And that was, you know, does the UFC ever tell me to cover up for a refereeing mistake?
Okay.
Not true. Never happens, right? Was I trying to cover up for Herb Dean? There was a moment when Herb Dean stepped in at the end of round 1. Jon Anik called it a finish. We all thought it was a finish. We thought it was over, right? Then I saw Herb pointing at Jorge Masvidal. Then, you know, Jorge starts calming his coaches down. Immediately when that happens, the crowd is deafening because it's Cowboy. We're in Denver. And my producer's in the ear, and we're going to replay it. So for people that, which is most people that don't understand the broadcasting world, when I'm going through the replay of that situation, somebody sent me back the footage of it. I actually say, and then Herb Dean steps in because the round was over to separate the fighters, when in fact he did step in a little early. I think it's about a second. I don't think it's more than 2 seconds, but he did step in early, which would symbolize, hey, the fight is over, right? But I said during the replay that, hey, he steps in and basically said, hey, he steps in to stop the round. Where other people are saying, hey, you're covering up for him because he stepped in early, and he shouldn't have. He should have let one more punch go or whatever. First off, I'm not covering for him. When I was speaking to that replay, at the same time I'm speaking to that replay, out of the corner of my eye, I'm looking at Cowboy and wondering, is he going to answer the bell? Is Greg Jackson going to let him answer the bell? I see the doctor getting up to go in and check him. I'm wondering if the doctor's going to stop this fight. And my producer's in my ear telling me and Jon Anik what the traffic is going to be after we play this replay, what they're going to show. And so I don't think people at home always know that there are times where obviously we're talking and someone's talking to us at the same time in our ear, plus the crowd noise was incredible. So I couldn't hear on the replay when the bell went off, and I just missed it. I wish I would have been able to say, hey, he actually, look, folks, I'm watching this. He stepped in early. Missed it. That's on me.
Yeah.
Which, look, if you listen to a 6 or 7 hour broadcast, I'm going to make more than one mistake, no doubt. I'm by far not perfect. Trying to be. But I've criticized many a referee in my day. Many. And I've criticized her before or anybody else. I'm going to call them on. I don't protect anybody necessarily. But at the same time, I respect them as human beings. I think what people aren't focusing on here is, yes, he did step in early. Now, does that mean the fight would have ended if Masvidal threw one more punch? Maybe, right? Should he have stopped the fight at that point? Certainly would have been justified. Absolutely would have been. There are other precautionary measures there, like the doctor checking on Cowboy when he stood up off the stool and allowing the fight to continue. He could have stopped it then. He didn't. I think he absolutely could have. When you watch the second round, Cowboy's never on fresh legs, right? Never. That being said, with Herb, if Herb, he stepped in early and he's taken a lot of criticism, right? And this is a tough job. Being a referee is not always easy, and a lot of it. But it would have been a lot worse had he stepped in late, right? And so for him, what I believe happened there was he didn't necessarily change his mind. I think he heard the clapper for 10 seconds, was waiting and anticipating the bell to go to make sure a late punch didn't get thrown in. Ended up probably stepping in a second or two early. I don't think it was over 2 seconds. I haven't timed it. And then what I saw, I don't know, you know, sometimes when you wave, that means a fight is over. That's what I see. And I think that's what Jon Anik saw. But I don't know if he communicated to Masvidal, because Masvidal obviously knew that the fight was going to continue, at least after Herb was pointing to him to go back to his corner. That's a question there. But I think had he stepped in late and Masvidal landed one more punch, it would have been a lot more controversial than stepping in early. And for him to time that perfectly, right? Because if you're waiting for the bell to sound and then you step in, you may get there late and one more punch lands, right? So I think he was anticipating it, stepped in early when he kind of guessed and anticipated the bell. But by no means was anybody trying to cover up for it. There was a lot of confusion going on then as to what was going to happen. And then once we realized the round was going to continue, my focus more so than on the replay was on, is Cowboy going to be able to get up off this stool? Because he was significantly rocked at that point. So I wanted to clear the air because I had a couple of questions. I wouldn't cover up for anybody. But do I respect Herb Dean? Absolutely, right? But I want to be sure before I criticize somebody for something like that, especially someone who's been in the sport for years. I wasn't sure at the time, and there was a lot going on in my headset, but flat out definitely missed the replay where he did step in early and didn't bring that up.
I appreciate you doing this and clearing the air. I really didn't see anyone criticize you guys. I don't know if it was just like some fans that tweeted you, but I didn't see like media or anything like that.
Nobody did.
Okay.
No, nobody did.
Okay.
Nobody did.
Yeah.
But for me, it's something where you know me. I take a lot of pride in representing these athletes to the best of my ability. That's my job. It has nothing to do with me, right? It has to do with the job and the representation of them telling their story and calling the action at home for the fans so they can understand it. And sometimes people get a little too harsh on, hey, you need to crush a referee here or there. I mean, I criticized plenty of referees that night.
Yeah.
That was a difficult situation because if you don't get in there, when a guy is hammering somebody up until the final bell, if you don't step in at the exact right moment, a late shot could hit. And if the fight was then stopped, he couldn't answer the bell because he went out completely from a punch after the bell. It would have been horrible for Masvidal, just like his last fight with Ellenberger, where there would have been controversy around it from Cowboy fans, things like that. So I think while there was controversy and there may have been some missteps, I don't think it was as big a mistake as people criticize. I think if they're going to criticize anybody, I think that doctor for allowing Cowboy to go out there. But I'll tell you, Cowboy's tough. He looked at me from the corner, right, in between those rounds. He actually looked at me during that time and winked at me.
Wow.
That's how tough he is.
Wow.
I mean, that's just Cowboy. That's how tough he is. And it's hard to tell how hurt that kid is because people have seen him recover before. But when he went out there and started moving around, that's where you could tell he was still on wobbly legs.
I guess in a weird way, for everyone involved, if Masvidal would have gone knocked out in the second round, this would have been an even bigger controversy.
Huge.
So he ends up winning and he looks good. Let me ask you this last thing because we have a few more guests to get to. In hindsight, like if they both happen almost like simultaneously or off by a second, like even I know, okay, the clock went out, but if he sees that the guy is clearly, I mean, literally a second away, should the fight have been stopped in your opinion? Hindsight is 2020, we know that, and these refs I think have the toughest job in all of sports because it's so subjective. They're not going by yards or things like that. What do you think? Do you think in hindsight would you have liked the fight to be stopped?
Yes, but I am always biased towards the
safety,
the conservative side.
Yeah.
When there's a point where he lands a right on the ground and Cowboy goes a little stiff, I can't see his eyes from that angle. But at that point, I would have loved for the fight to be stopped.
Yeah.
And just because of what we know about second impact syndrome, we've had fights where guys have been rocked. Pat Barry, Czech Congo, Travis Brown, Andrei Arlovski. We've seen the miracle happen. But the miracle is not nearly as often as what typically happens, where the guy goes back, recovers for a few seconds, comes back out only to get knocked out completely cold again.
Yep.
I'd like for those fights to be, I'd much rather have fights that are stopped a little early. Now, the fighters would hate that. Cowboy would hate that. If they threw a towel in for Cowboy, he may never talk to him again. Knowing what I know about Cowboy, it would take him a significant amount of time to get over that and forgive anybody who stopped his fight for him. The most important thing now for Cowboy is to actually take a break.
Yeah.
You fighting back to back to back like that just isn't good.
No, it's happened to him in the past. Remember leading up to the Nate Diaz fight, went on an amazing streak, then one little too soon, one fight. And so, I do agree that it's probably best for him to take a break. Brian, we appreciate you doing this. I love the fact that you wanted to come on and rectify this, even though I didn't see you get any kind of criticism. It says a lot about you. So great job on Saturday, and thanks for choosing our show.
Appreciate it, buddy.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. There he is, Brian Stann, who called the action on Saturday night. Really cool of him to do that, and I think everything he said was on point. Well done, Brian Stann. We expect nothing less of him. Okay, main event on Saturday night, of course, in Denver. Valentina Shevchenko with a massive win over Juliana Pena. She submits her in the second round. It was a beautiful finish. The transition from the ground to the armbar was amazing. So I wanted to talk to her about that and what's next. She joins us now via the phone. Valentina, are you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Hello. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much, Ariel. I'm very happy about this win, and it was very hard preparation for me. I was very focused, very concentrated for the fight, and I was thinking just for the victory and nothing more.
I noted at the beginning of our show that you appeared to be, at least in the UFC, in the best shape that you've been. I mean, you seemed just more fit and cut than you were in the past. Is that accurate? Do you feel like you were in the best shape as far as your UFC career is concerned?
Exactly, for every my fight, I try to prepare me in my best shape, and my coach Pavel Fedotov, he is every time like looking for that I fight my fight like it's almost the last fight. That's why I think this is, I'm trying to feel me great for each fight. But of course, for this fight, I was more than concentrated, and I wanted very much this victory, and I was doing everything possible to win this.
And you ended up in Denver, and you were training with the team out there, Rose Namajunas and others. Why did you end up going there? And will you continue to train with them, or was it just for this particular fight?
I was preparing there in Denver for this fight because a lot of different situations, like altitude first, different climate second, and of course for me it's better to come there earlier and to have my acclimatization before the fight, so I can feel me in my very good form. But now I'm staying in Houston, in Texas. So here I'm training with my coach, Pavel Fedotov, and also I train in Gracie Barra in Houston, Muay Thai. So it's a very good gyms, and now more time I spend in Houston.
Were you expecting to finish her on the ground with a submission? Because you haven't been known to be, it's been a while since you finished via submission. We talk about your striking a lot. And again, this was beautiful. I mean, you looked like you were a jiu-jitsu, black belt times 100, like a Ronda Rousey type with the armbar, the way you did it, and I'll get to in a second. But were you expecting that when you were game planning for the fight to finish her on the ground?
For every my fight, I prepare me not only thinking about one strategy. My coach Pavel, he is every time thinking about every possible situation that I will possibly receive on the fight. That's why we are training everything: standing, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, everything. But I was very sure about I will take this fight, I will win this, but it was I was not I was prepared for striking and submission, for everything. And how I said before the fight, everyone asked me, Valentina, you are striker, how you feel about your wrestler opponent. And I every time was saying, I'm martial artist, I'm complete fighter. I've been in martial arts since I was 5 years old, already more than 20 years I'm training martial arts. And I've been fighting in MMA since many years ago, 2002, 3, 4, 5, 6. But the reason why I spent more time in Muay Thai and K1 is because on that time, 2005, 6, we could not find a lot of opponents in MMA, female MMA. That's why I fought more in Muay Thai rules. But when the situation started to change complete and women's martial arts start to grow up very fast, and it started to become we had no problem to fight any opponents. We come back to do trainings in Muay Thai and MMA, and that's why I was fought both styles together. Like in Legacy, I was fighting also MMA and K1. But when I signed a contract with UFC, and I had my first fight in December 2015 with UFC promotion, I started to training just exactly with MMA rules and thinking about MMA tactic. And now we see results, and every fight put me in my better condition, and every fight make me more stronger. And I'm very great, and I'm feeling very good because of this. And of course, my main goal is to go for the title fight and win this fight.
Do you remember the last time you submitted someone?
I think it was one of my last fights in MMA. In maybe 2005 or 6, I'm not sure, but it was also armbar.
It was okay. So according to your record, it says that it was Ezekiel choke in 2006.
2006. So in 2005, it was I fought in South Korea and Seoul, and 2005 I was by armbar.
Yeah, but you do remember the Ezekiel choke? Because it's kind of funny. We just had the first Ezekiel choke in UFC history a couple of weeks ago. Do you remember that one?
I think it was in Kazakhstan, right?
Yeah. It was a promotion. What's the name of this? Professional Free Fight. In Russia. No, it was in Russia.
In Russia, yes. Yes. I remember this fight. I fought with Yulia Nemtsova. She is the world boxing champion, so it was a very good fight. But I could finish it, and it was a very, very nice fight.
Ezekiel choke is a very rare kind of choke. I mean, you have to be very strong to pull that off.
Before my finish, I could strike with back fist, so it was almost like some kind of knockdown for her, and then I throw her to the ground, and I could make it this choke. It was like it was not only just about choke, it was like combination of everything. My back fist, then it was throwing down to her to the ground, and then the choke. It was like this combination.
Because you got to prove your entire game, you got to show it off, the ground game. Is this your favorite win in the UFC? Like, did you like this win more than the Holly Holm win?
My all fights, I love these fights, and each fight it's very different, because not only because of the way of how it was, the preparation, because before each fight is different climate, different thinking, different opponents, and for me it's very difficult to say only about one fight. It's my favorite or something like this, because every fight is a single and is a unique experience, and all my fight I very like. I love it, but of course I love more success fights.
Sure. So when you had her in your guard, and she was pretty effective, and then you were able to start transitioning to the armbar. At what point? Could you tell us at what point you had the feeling that you had her, because she tried to get out of it, but then you clearly locked it in, and then eventually when you turned over, she tapped rather quickly. At what point did you recognize that you had her?
When I was in the ground, and she started to throw punch, it was not hard. It was not effective, because I cover everything, and she didn't hit not one time like a strong punch or everything like this. But when I transferred to submission and I got her arm and put my belly down, and at that moment I felt like two or three times like click in her arm, crank, and then I felt this is it. I have this armbar. It's time only about to wait when she tap, but she started to protect it, and I put a little bit more pressure, and she tapped in that moment.
Wow! So you heard something pop?
Yeah.
Wow. And then you win. And then they bring Amanda Nunes into the cage. Did you like that? Did you like that they brought her in right away?
For sure. It was more sure that next fight will be for the title. And when she was there, I knew that it will not be like something she will fight in different fight before. And it was more likely the next fight, it will be for the title shot.
Did they guarantee you that your next fight is going to be for the title? Did they tell you backstage, okay, you're getting the title shot next?
I think Dana White, he told in his interview, and it's like matter about to make it where and when, and then to arrange the fight.
When do you think it's going to happen?
I'm ready right now. I'm ready. I'm in very good form. So whenever it's come, I'm ready for it.
But they haven't told you yet?
No, not yet. I think it's too early. I have to recover all this energy that we spent, me and my training camp, my team, and a little bit rest. And then I think soon we will hear it.
And what did you think of what Amanda said to you? It seemed like she was, not that impressed with the win, or thinking that you're going to beat her. Did it bother you at all?
No, nothing. I feel very good. I feel very confident, because I know the next fight, when it will be rematch, I will be totally I will be in my better form that I had, and I will do everything for take this victory. I'm really motivated for this, and just I'm waiting the date, and will be prepared for this date in my best shape.
And everyone was very impressed with the win, but we were equally impressed with your dancing skills afterwards. That was amazing. What is that dance called?
This dance called Lezginka. It's a dance from south of Russia. When, for example, I fought in Muay Thai fights, for every my fight, I was walking into the ring with the music that I use for my walking to MMA fight, and the same dance that I did after the fight. So it was my tradition before the Muay Thai fights. Now I change a little bit, so I walk into the octagon with the music, and after victory, I can dance.
No dancing before the fight in the UFC. How come?
I think it's better because I'm more focused for the fight, and I thinking only about the fight action.
And I correct me if I'm wrong. I saw some clips. Were you ever on like a Dancing with the Stars show?
Yes, it was reality show in Peru, in Latin America. It was called Combate. So it was this event, reality of dances too. And I was with my partner, and we compete like different styles of dances, Latin American dances. We dance merengue, reggaeton, we dance rock and roll, different styles. And in the final, we had like 5 dance. In the final, we won first place.
Wow! So you won first place?
Yes.
What? So did you win a lot of money?
It's not so important.
Okay.
It's not so important because for me, more important is experience, and because I really enjoy to participate in all competitions of dance, because I spend a lot of time like training in dance, and my mom, she put me and my sister at the same time to the dancing class, like in the same time I start to practice martial arts. So it's been like all parallel things for me to dance and to fight.
Wow. How long ago was this?
I start martial arts at 5 years old, and the same, I start to dance.
Oh, since 5, and it's amazing. I had no idea that you were that good at that, because I saw a lot of these clips. I mean, you're like a professional dancer. People talk about Paige Van Zandt being the best dancer in the UFC. You're just as good, if not better than her. Did you watch when she was on Dancing with the Stars?
No, that time I didn't watch, but I hear a lot that she was very good, and I'm very glad that a lot of girls with a lot of talents, different talents, can not only fight but dance and show different talents like dancing or painting or singing, whatever. It's a very motivation, I think, for everyone.
And how come in your previous UFC wins you didn't dance?
Now I will be thinking about more.
Yes, I think it's good. It shows your personality. It shows that you have these other skills. Were you just not comfortable doing it yet?
No, I'm very comfortable. I'm very comfortable with everything. But how I said, each situation is different.
Yeah.
So it was maybe a little bit more emotionally because of finish like Amber in the second round. So maybe this reason why.
And okay, so you're such a graceful dancer, but you're known as Bullet, right? That's your nickname. Why Bullet?
My nickname is a Bullet. It gave me my coach, Pavel Fedotov, since I had my first professional fight. And this ring name, it's like give me luck, give me everything. It's like tradition, I think, because coach, he's every time give nickname to his students because he know everything about his students, how he move, what exactly will be better second name for him on the fight. In my situations, for me, it's the Bullet, and for my sister, he gave Panzer, La Pantera.
So it has nothing to do with your love of guns or anything like that?
It came after.
Oh.
It came after. Yes, I love very much to shoot, practice and shooting competitions. Me and my older sister Antonina, we every time compete in shooting defensive competition like IDPA or IPSC. And my older sister Antonina, she is Peruvian national champion of shooting.
Wow, that's amazing. She's a Peruvian national champion of shooting. What about you? Are you a champion as well?
I compete a lot. I have different medals, gold medals, and different events: gold, bronze, silver, different. But I was not able to win national championship.
Wow. But still, I mean, bronze, gold, silver, who knew you had all these great skills? And then on top of that, you know, a very accomplished martial artist. So well done. I hope that we get to see more of this side of you when they promote your title fight. By the way, what do you think is will be the difference between the title fight and the first time you fought her? Do you think those 2 extra rounds will help, or will it be a completely different fight in your opinion?
I think it will be completely different fighting, 2 extra rounds, and also like all this experience that I trained, it will be much better for me. So I feel me better fighter than the last time with. Of course, all this training that I had, it will help me. All these fights that I had after the time when I fought with Amanda will help me too. So it will be great fight, and I'm very excited for this fight. And cannot wait when it will happen. And I promise I will be in my best form and do everything to win it.
Were you impressed with her win over Ronda Rousey?
Yes, it was very fast, and she did what she has to do. So she knew that she has a lot, more advantage in the striking, and she just used it, and it was good fight.
So you were impressed with it, to do that to Ronda, to knock her out?
I'm not impressed. I was waiting. It's like observe my future opponent. It's very cold and very just try to see errors or something like this. I cannot put there a lot of emotions for this fight.
Okay, and last thing for you, would you still like to go to 125 at some point? Because I hear you don't have to cut a lot of weight. Is that something that you'd like to do, or do you think 135 is the best because you've looked so good at 135?
I'm not cut weight for my weight division. For 135, I cannot eat all my training camp, everything that I want, and I feel very comfortable there. And but for now, we don't have this 125 female division. But in the future, if UFC will open one extra division for females, I think it's possible that I move down. But for now, I feel very comfortable and very strong in my weight division.
You're like the female version of Frankie Edgar. You don't have to cut any weight, and you could still be a champion.
I think it's more natural. It's don't hurt a lot like health, and so I can focus on my training, and I can try to make me every time stronger in each training, and don't think about how many pounds I have to cut this time, or like thinking, I don't sweat, I have to run. No, I can focus just on the techniques and everything like that.
All right. Well, I wish you the best. You don't have to change anything up. You're doing fantastic at 135. What an impressive win, especially to finish someone like Juliana Pena. That is really something special. So you should be very proud. Congratulations on the victory and good luck. And I'm happy to hear that you're getting the title shot. Good luck to you when you fight Amanda Nunes again. Thank you for joining us, Valentina.
Thank you very much, Ariel. Have a good day.
Same to you. All the best. There she is, Valentina Bullet Shevchenko. We've learned that not only is she a phenomenal gun shooter, she can dance with the best of them as well. Amazing stuff. Congrats to her. That rematch should be a lot of fun. Okay, let's move along. While we were doing the show today, Aisling Daly, who is a pioneer for mixed martial arts, not only in her home country of Ireland, but for women's mixed martial arts, officially announced her retirement. And so we've always liked talking to her, wanted to have her on the program to talk a little more about this. And I do believe she is joining us right now on the phone. Aisling, are you there?
Yeah, I am there. Hey, Ariel, thanks very much for having me on.
Oh, it is a pleasure. So when did you decide, I know you just announced it just an hour or so ago, but when did you decide that you were going to retire?
It's kind of just been decided in the last couple of months. I got a brain scan back that showed up a small abnormality. We can't exactly pinpoint when the incident happened or anything like that. You know, it was just in between scans. I went in to get something else checked, and my doctor suggested that my brain scan was going to be coming up, so why not just work ahead of time and get it checked anyway? And it just showed up a small abnormality, some remnants of a small brain hemorrhage that I had sometime between the previous scan and this scan. So it was a case of, you know, maybe I could continue to compete, but there was a lot more risk involved, and, you know, maybe I couldn't find a doctor who would medically clear me. My own doctor said he wouldn't medically clear me, so it would have been a case of maybe going to find somebody who didn't have as much concern for my health and maybe getting them to sign me off. But to be honest, in the long run, it didn't seem worth the risk for me, you know what I mean? I feel like I got away lightly with this current brain injury, you know, that healed well, but I've heard some really, really horrific stories, you know, usually from people who've been in different sorts of accidents, whether it's a construction accident or a car accident or, you know, and usually hemorrhages, they leave a lot more damage than me, who I didn't even notice that I had a brain hemorrhage. I'm perfectly fine. It didn't affect any of my mobility, any of my speech, anything. I'm perfectly healthy, so I got away really lightly. So instead of seeing the whole incident as being something that was tragic, I'm considering myself very, very lucky and very grateful for how things have worked out.
Well, I'm happy to hear that as well. Prior to this brain scan, when was your last one?
About 18 months before that. We're required, usually it's every 2 years, but it depends on each state and each athletic commission. So I probably hadn't had one done since maybe around the time of the Ultimate Fighter or something like that, I think was the last time I'd had it.
So you fought at least a couple of times potentially with this issue?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, there is a possibility that I fought with this issue. Yeah, I really have no idea when it took place. You know, and anybody who is competing knows that you have sparring sessions where you come home and you might feel a little bit foggy or whatever that day. You might feel like you took a little bit too much in the head, maybe accidentally or whatever. So it's really hard to pinpoint when this actually happened. Were you getting this done because you were getting ready to fight again? I was getting it done just out of routine. My brain scan was actually already in check. And what was happening was I was getting scans done on my knee injury. I obviously had to pull out the fight with Michelle Waterson in August. So I'd got a couple of scans done on my knee, a couple of MRIs to check the progress of the healing on the injury. And like I said, my scan was coming up to a point where it probably wasn't going to be long out of date. So it was just like, okay, well, you're going in to get your knee checked today, so maybe we'll check your head while you're in there. And then it was a series of more scans after that. You know, we wanted to check and make sure. I actually had no idea after the first scan what was wrong, but my doctor sent me for another scan and another scan and another scan, you know, just to keep checking and making sure that, you know, he didn't want it to be a mistake. You know, maybe he sees something that he thinks he sees and maybe it's actually not the case. And so he sent me back for quite a few more scans after that. So it took a few more weeks then to work out that actually, no, this is 100% what I'm seeing.
And we're being joined now by Aisling Daly, who earlier today announced her retirement from mixed martial arts. And I'm wondering, Aisling, if anyone, like, did your doctor said, okay, I won't clear you, but like, did the UFC or did some other doctor say it would actually be in your best interest to not fight again?
The UFC just kind of respected my wishes. You know, I'm quite friendly with my doctor. You know, we've been good friends for years. So at this point, I saw it as him looking after my best interests. It's not somebody who just knows me on a medical level. It's somebody who knows me on a personal level. And for him to say that he wouldn't clear me and that in his medical opinion that I shouldn't ever compete again, not only should I never compete again, I should completely not get hit in the head anymore. So I've retired from MMA competition, but I no longer spar in the gym. I no longer take any head contact. I only participate in jiu-jitsu and wrestling, anything that's going to avoid me being hit in the head. So with those suggestions on top of it, you know, that it wouldn't only be dangerous for me to compete in mixed martial arts, that it would be dangerous for me to continuously be hit in the head, then, it really was a no-brainer for me to decide that, I'm at the point now, I'm 29 years of age. Realistically, what was I going to have left in my career? A few more years. And MMA competition can only ever be a small aspect of your entire life. You can't be 60 still trying to step into an octagon and compete, not be at a high level of competition. So, the retirement was probably going to come somewhere down the pipeline anyway. It's just a little bit premature now, obviously, and to kind of have it happen when I came off such an emphatic win, and I felt like a lot of stuff had come together in my game. My cuts to 115 I'd really gotten that together, so it was obviously disappointing to have it happen. But like I said, there's so much negativity I could focus on, or I can just focus on the positives and be still here chatting to you today. You're not reading about an unfortunate accident of an MMA fighter losing their life, or an MMA fighter losing their ability to live.
Is it fair to say, are you at peace? Like, of course, it sounds like you still wanted to fight, but can you leave at peace? Do you leave with, relatively no regrets? Are you happy with the way things turned out for you in your career, or do you feel like there are going to be things that are going to nag at you in a few years?
I definitely feel like there are going to be things that nag at you from anybody that I've spoken to, my close teammates, some who have retired already, some who have retired a long time ago, even my coach. He still says to this day, the itch never goes away. Once you've been a competitor, it never really dies. There's always a little flame that burns. You turn up on fight night and you may be cornering somebody else, or maybe you're just in the crowd, but there's always a little itch in your soul that you want to get back in there. So right now I'm trying my best to make peace with everything, how it's happened, and just focus on the positive. But I'm sure over time, there will be little bits that itch at me. There's certain girls within the strawweight division that I would see as being very good fights for me, or, I genuinely saw myself as having the potential to be the champion. So inevitably when fights take place over the next couple of months, and depending on where the belt goes and who gets it, I'll obviously have a little bit of fire in me towards whoever has it. Maybe I thought that was a fight I could win. Maybe I thought I should be champion. Maybe I thought I could be, and that'll be difficult. But I'm just trying to focus on the positive. This is all only unfolded kind of recently, so it's going to take a little bit of time for that to settle,
Do you think you'll remain in MMA as a coach, as part of the SBG team, or do you want to do something completely different if you already know what you're going to do next?
I'll definitely remain part of mixed martial arts. I've been very fortunate. Just a couple of months ago, I got my Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. I'm the first ever Irish woman to do so. So I'm doing a lot of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coaching. I have a very successful ladies team going in our SBG Swords branch, and I'm doing good things over there. I work with some of the MMA guys over there, and, things are going well on that side of things. I've always been smart, as they say, so I have that kind of mindset where I can work as a coach, work well as a coach. I work well with people. I have good empathy. I kind of know what people need on that kind of side of things as well. It's not always just about being a fantastic technician as a coach. I think you need the people side of things as well to be able to draw the best out of people and work with people. So I'm very confident that I'm going to do really well as a coach. I feel like, even as I was competing, I was always a fantastic teammate to other people. I was always very helpful. There was a kind of ongoing joke about me being the team mom. So I plan to keep that up and help bring on the next generation of fighters.
I can't help but feel like there's a little bit of a connection between you and your very good friend, Paddy Houlihan, who had to retire because of an issue came up. Did you speak to him beforehand? Just not so much about the announcement, but like how you cope with it, because you want to retire on your own terms, I'm sure. And I know it's an emotional thing. You've been a martial artist your whole life, a professional fighter. So you kind of want to go on your own terms. Did you talk to him at all about the mental side of things, how to deal with it in the next few months?
I didn't really speak too much about it. I kind of felt a little bit like the situation was the same but different. You know what I mean? One thing is when you kind of have an inevitability that maybe somebody's going to find out your issue. You know what I mean? You've been hiding something. I think is a little bit different to you never knowing that this was going to ever be an issue. That kind of way. So there's a lot of people on my team who've had to retire through different issues. Some people haven't gone public about it, so I don't want to name any names, but there's some people who have been in pretty similar situation to me involving conditions with their brain and stuff. So I've definitely spoken to them a lot more about it, because I feel like like they were in the exact same boat, having that kind of cut-off where you never knew there was anything wrong, and all of a sudden one day somebody tells you things aren't as they were before.
I know you said that some things will nag at you, and that's obviously understandable, but is there a part of you that feels like, wow, thankfully I got that moment in Dublin and that walkout, one of the greatest walkouts ever, and you got that win? I know how much it bothered you not to be on that first card, or the return to Dublin, I should say, in 2014, and they come back in 2015. You got that amazing moment. In a weird way, does it make it a little better that was the last fight, that you went out like that? Because that was pretty special stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't have asked for a better moment. If somebody had said to me before, how would you ideally plan your farewell fight? Like, I couldn't have picked a better scenario. Everything came together on the night, and it was just a perfect night for me. I couldn't have changed anything or made anything better. And, it really was the best night of my mixed martial arts career. Even if I didn't know at the time that it was going to be the last one, I couldn't have planned it any better, and I'm so grateful that happened the way it happened. And it was just an amazing opportunity and something I'll never forget. I'll probably never have a moment in my life like that ever again, and at least now I'll have that to look back on.
Yeah, well, it was very well deserved. What a beautiful moment it was. Like I said, one of the greatest walkouts ever. The entire crowd chanting your walkout song, the zombie song. I mean, it was amazing, and I'm happy that you got that moment, because again, I know how much it meant to you to fight back home as a UFC fighter. I appreciate you doing this, Aisling, and I'm sorry to hear the news, but I'm happy that you're in good health, good spirit, and I wish you the best in your next chapter. And I just want to congratulate you on an amazing career. Like I said, not just a pioneer for your country, but for women's MMA in general. You've been doing this long before it was cool to be a women's MMA fighter. So congratulations to you, and all the best. And thank you for coming on to talk about this today.
And thanks so much, Ariel. And just want to say thanks so much to all the fans who've supported me over the years and my entire career. And thanks so much to everybody for all the lovely messages and well wishes and stuff I'm getting at the moment. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I'll try to get back to everybody, but it might take me a little while. But thank you so much. All
right. All the best to you, Aisling. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. There she is, Aisling Daly. Unfortunate news, but happy to hear that she's in good health, like I said, and you never want to mess around with that stuff. So I would think that she made the right call. Want to wish her the best and congratulate her on an amazing career. Nothing to be upset about. Truly a trailblazer for not just Irish MMA, which of course we know where it stands now, but for women's MMA in general. Great stuff. We appreciate her stopping by on short notice. Okay, last guest of the day. Very excited to talk to this man. We've been wanting to talk to him for quite some time, and he's in an interesting spot. So this is going to be fun. We're talking right now to one of the very best light heavyweights in the entire world. The one and only Ryan Bader joins us now on the phone. Ryan, how are you?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing great. So yeah, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while, ever since that win against Little Nog, which, as we know, was the last fight on your UFC contract, and it's been some time. Where do we stand now with your career? Where are we headed?
Well, I had those two fights kind of back to back with Latifi, and then stepped up and fought Little Nog down in Brazil. And those are kind of two camps that are literally just one into the other, and then I took some time off, enjoyed the holidays with the family, still training hard, concentrated on my business, but took that time, we were building the house and getting that done. So just been busy, but, in MMA world, like you said, fought the contract out. And now I think we're in a great position right now. And, just looking towards the future. We're almost there. We're being smart about it and going through every single detail and making sure my next contract, whoever I'm with, is going to be the right one. And I believe I'm just at my stride, and I believe I'm going to be a champion in whichever organization I go into. So we're making sure we're doing everything right. I'm sitting down with my manager, lawyer, Dave Martin, making sure every little thing is everything is not just left unturned, so just getting it done.
Are you able to say which direction? You say you're almost there. Where are we leaning?
Well, so, I'm going out there and we're getting some offers, and to put it out on the table, I have a Bellator offer. are coming either today or tomorrow. We kind of know the particulars, but I went out and met with Scott Coker and the Bellator boys, and I liked what they had to say. I liked what they were about. So we're kind of going through that process. And that being said, UFC has the right to match. And it's kind of been a weird place. I'm excited. I'm super excited to be in this position. I'm in a great position. Going back to the Nogueira fight, down in Brazil, knowing I was going to fight my contract out and then not knowing my future, and I was going into that fight. I was soaking up every single minute. I started off, I had 4, 5, 6 fights, local promotions and whatnot, and then I went into the Ultimate Fighter. I ended up winning the Ultimate Fighter there in the UFC, and then I've had 20 fights. The last fight was my 20th fight in the UFC. Traveled the world, everything, and going into that fight, it was an exciting time. I was fighting Little Nog down in Brazil. I was fighting my contract out. I knew it. Everybody knew it. So I was kind of soaking in every little moment. Potentially, it being my last fight in the UFC, and so I was enjoying it. It's kind of bittersweet there, knowing that I'd be in a good position, but at the same time, not knowing what was going to happen.
Are you still there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I thought you got cut. Okay. So now that you say that you are expecting this offer, I mean, do you think that it's inevitable, or are you expecting the UFC to counter?
That's where I don't know. When we're looking at this offer, we're not just going in and we're saying, all right, we're getting this amount of money for this amount of fights. We want it to be more than that, and we, that's why we've taken our time with this whole process. Like I said, I met with the Bellator boys out there, and for me, it's about more than that. It's about opportunity. I want to know what their plan is for me also on both sides. I just don't want to sign a deal, say, okay, we're signing a 4, 6, 8 fight deal, and these are your terms and this is your money. All right, good to go. Bye. I want to know what the plan is, for me in particular, what we're thinking about first fight, what is the road to the title, and more, something in stone, whereas just signing a contract, you never know where you're at. And so, we should, like I said, we should be getting an offer soon there, and the UFC has the right to match it. It's a great spot to be in. I believe it's going to be a great offer from Bellator, and that's really where we're at. If we do this again in a week, I should know exactly where we're going and what we're doing and why. But right now, that's exactly where we're at.
And do you feel like it's now just a 2-horse race? I mean, the Bellator offer, UFC, you're not going to get any other, really serious offers from anyone else at this point?
No, it's definitely between Bellator and the UFC. Absolutely, 100%. And so, and like I was saying, there's other stuff than just the money and the terms and the contract. And so, a big part of it, and why I actually thought it out was opportunity. What's the plan? And smaller stuff. Obviously, sponsors. I took a big hit in sponsors. When that whole thing came out. Just little stuff. And so when it came time to re-sign, and we said, why would we sign? Why wouldn't we bet on ourselves and fight this thing out and see what's out there, see what I'm worth, see what the opportunity is out there. And everybody else does it in every single other sport. So why are we not doing it?
Yeah. So they actually did offer you something before the Little Nog fight, and you rolled the dice and said, I'm gonna play this out and see what happens.
Yeah, correct. It was one of those things where, you go forward and it was kind of like your standard, we'll tear up the contract here and go up a certain amount and then you fight from there. But, I love the UFC. I started with them my whole career, traveled around the world. I owe a lot to them, but at the same time, I've stepped up and taken every single fight that they've ever thrown at us. Never backed out. The whole deal, and just I traveled around the world. Stepped up, fought Little Nog down in Brazil for the main event when that fell through. So just little stuff like that. So I've done a lot for them also. So there's just a time in my career now. It's just it's time to look out for what's best for me and the family, and And I was in this position, and I've won. I've been there. I've been close before with the UFC. There's have been times when I thought I should have been given that title shot. You know, I've had a few fights. I was Dutch. It's last 8 fights, I'm 7-1. Had a dud there with Anthony Johnson. It's MMA. Stuff happens, but I've consistently shown I'm one of the top guys, but I just never got that opportunity to prove that to people. And I thought there's a couple of times there where I should have gotten that opportunity, but. So there's a bunch of factors that came into fighting that contract out. And, here we are. I should know within the next couple of days, to be honest. And then UFC has the right to match that. And we kind of go from there, But I'm looking at some different stuff. We're structuring the deal differently. The whole, show and win purse kind of system, I don't believe is the best either. Certain people, you go in there and you're getting your paycheck, but then you're fighting for that same paycheck, to go out there and win. So people are going to go out there and fight to secure that paycheck. If you're just paid, whether a flat fee or something else there, you go out there and you can let it all loose and go out there and fight the way you want to without having to say, hey, I need to go in there, I need to wrestle this guy because I know I can beat him doing that. Instead you can go out there and just fight and have fun out there and just let it all loose.
I couldn't agree more. I feel like that system is antiquated, and you're professionals. You're not show ponies. No one has to dangle a prize in front of you for you to perform at your best. You should just be able to know how much you're going to make and then go out and perform like any other professional athlete when they go out to compete. A football player doesn't get a bonus if they win X game week 16. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I agree with you. So is it fair to say that your Bellator deal is structured that way where there's no show win bonus, you just get a flat fee?
Yeah, not going into too particulars as of right now because we're still working through all of that. But like I said, I've been getting with my manager Dave. We've just been fine tuning that, and there's stuff in there. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a show win. It's more of a flat fee plus some other stuff here and there. More incentives and whatnot. But for me, I come from that wrestling background. And if you look back at some of the UFC fights with all they said that I was boring and whatnot, I'm going out there and I'm securing half my paycheck. If I know I can out wrestle this dude, I know I can go in there and take this guy down and control him and win this fight and get that, a substantial check at the end of that. I'm going to do that, for myself, for my family, and the whole deal. So yeah, that's a big thing that coming into these new contracts, that's what we're going to be looking at. We're going to be looking at doing that. Therefore, I can go out there, and that's when I fight my best. When I say, all right, let's get out there and let it loose. My last couple of fights, I just brought that mentality in regardless. I kind of said to myself, let's not worry about that whole win bonus thing. Let's go in there and just have fun and fight. And I got 2 stoppages there, and so that's mentality I like to come into a fight, so why not get paid like that? So that's a big thing. That's a big factor that we want and need. So, and little particulars that we're kind of working through right now.
And so, okay, so if it, the Bellator deal is the deal and you're happy with it and UFC doesn't match and you end up going there, would you be at peace with that? I know it's bothered you that you didn't get the title shot. I know after beating Phil Davis, you thought you were going to get it. I know certainly after beating Rashad Evans, you thought you were going to get it. When you had your little thing with DC and you were going to fight him and then he ends up fighting for the belt, you thought you were going to get it. Would you be at peace with never fighting for the UFC belt, or do you think it would bother you?
That's a great question. I would be fine with it. And I've got this question before, if you never win a UFC title, would be fine with it. My answer is yeah, because I know I'm going out there and give it my all every time. I leave it out there. I got to travel the world. I fight in front of so many different countries and new crowds and whatnot. And so it's been great and it's been fun, and I've never looked back and regret anything. And so. But at the same time, I'm a competitor, and the whole thing is, I can kind of look at it as, I've lost these fights, these key fights to get me, and maybe, who knows, put me in that title shot. But I never had the opportunity. I felt like if I ever got the opportunity, I would capitalize on that. But it just never came, and so, I could walk away and be fine with that. There'd be something just as a competitor, eating at you, but never been that way in wrestling. If a guy got the better of me one tournament, I never got to wrestle him again. Yeah, that sucks. But I can move on and control what I can control. So if I go to Bellator, my mind is going to be 100% focused on winning that belt, and I'm going to move on and not think about it, and it's just all about getting that opportunity, really.
And then how about the fact that the current champion in Bellator at 205 is a guy that you beat, and, you have this history with, and I'm sure he'd love to fight you. Do you feel like you can slide right into that title picture right away? Is that being discussed?
Yeah, I do believe we can, and that's another thing. Like I said, I keep hitting on the word opportunity, but and the plan. What's your plan for me? And so things like that are being discussed. I know he probably wants to get that win back. I want to go out there and prove in even more devastating fashion. That I've gotten so much better, and win that belt. If that's the route we end up going. And so. Yes, that's definitely part of it.
Wow. Okay. So here we are. You're saying that you expect to get an offer officially from Bellator in the next 24 to 48 hours. If you were a betting man, do you feel like you're headed in that direction? What do you think? What is your gut saying?
I have no idea, to tell you the truth. I believe it's going to be a great offer, and it's kind of, we'll be in the UFC's court, really.
Okay.
I'm like I said, I'm 7-1 last 8 fights. Been a perennial top 10 guy, top 5 guy these last couple of years. If you look at the rankings, everybody behind me, I've beaten, a couple guys that haven't fought, but I'm right there in top 5 in the world, number 4 or whatnot. So. Yeah. I'm right there. I think that 205 division needs me. And so it's really in the UFC's court right there. So who knows? Like I said, we're going to get an offer. They can match it, or they can, they can not match it, and we move on. I'm fine with both.
Did they give you any indication what they're going to do, or are they waiting for the official offer?
My manager talked to Nick a little bit, but they're just really kind of waiting for that offer, I believe.
Okay. And by the way, I know Tito just retired, but if you go to Bellator, is that something you're going to try to make happen, that rematch?
No, I would love to. Absolutely. But who knows? A lot of guys in the sport retire.
Yeah.
But if you sit in the sidelines and you're a competitor like those guys are, like we are, it's hard to do. And so I would love to get that fight back. Absolutely.
What would you be more interested in? Title fight against a guy you beat, Phil Davis, or the Tito rematch? What do you like better?
Title fight, 100%.
Okay.
I'm in this sport right now. I'm one of these guys that you hear a lot about the guys going over that are older guys or on a losing streak going over to Bellator, like it's a JV league or something like that, which it's not true. And I'm definitely not one of those guys. I'm going over there to win the belt in whatever organization that I end up in, and so whatever contract we're going to enter into right now, I believe I'm going to become a champion. And so I'm one of those guys that's a competitor. I feel like I'm the best I've ever been as a fighter right now, and I'm going to go out there and prove that wherever I end up.
All right. Well, I wish you the best, Ryan. And, I really appreciate you coming on sort of in the midst of all of this, because a lot of people want to wait. And I think this is important as the sport continues to grow up a little bit. This stuff is talked about in other sports like contract status. And I think you've handled it really, really well. And shedding a little light on the situation, in a respectful way, in a professional way, I think goes a long way. So kudos to you. I appreciate you coming on, updating us. And please do let us know when you make your official decision. A lot of people curious to see where you end up.
Absolutely. Appreciate having me on. All
right. Thank you very much, Ryan. All the best to you. There he is, Ryan Bader. Like I said, one of the very best light heavyweights in the entire sport. I'm curious, is he still in the rankings? I don't know how that works these days. Do they take him out? If you're a free agent, do they take you out? Let's see here. Yeah, he's there. He's number 4, above Manoa. Right below Glover, Alex, and Johnson. So number 4 could be on his way to Bellator. Has that history with Phil Davis. Has that history with Tito Ortiz. That would be a nice little feather in their cap. We'll see what happens. We appreciate him stopping by. Okay, interesting day, interesting stuff. We have a few more minutes. New York Rick, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, we have a lot to discuss here before we say goodbye.
Let's do it.
Do you need any love help? Do you need any, your relationship is all good? You don't need me to help anything out? Because I'm for hire.
I've just done something very special for my wife's birthday.
Oh.
She's happy. She's appreciative.
When's her birthday?
All good. February 9th. Coming up.
Okay. Wow. And you did it already?
Yeah, that's how I do.
Wow.
No, it's not a surprise if you do it on the birthday.
That's
then
true.
You know it's coming.
Damn. Can I get like a tip? Can I get a...
I'll teach you and then you teach Rampage.
Yeah. I screwed up the Rampage thing. There was one question that I didn't ask. I didn't ask the girl if she was even, available.
Well,
what if she's spoken for?
First of all, well done. Overall,
well, thank you.
As a complete package, I mean, I think we did something good here.
Yeah, we did. I feel good.
But now, every time you said the word love,
Rampage was cringing.
You were probably stepping into it and getting us down the same road that you got us down before. Where now she's going with the expectation that Rampage is gonna, come back and tell her he loves her, and who knows where that goes from there.
Listen, I can only do so much. I'm just trying to get him back into her good graces. I could lead him to the dance, but it's up to him to actually dance. You know what I mean?
I think he's going to be doing some dancing, that's for sure.
Well, I hope so. Nothing would make me happier.
Thinking of you.
Did you watch the interview on Saturday?
What interview?
I knew it.
Of course I watched the interview.
Sure you did. You probably pirated it like the rest of them, like the rest of the lowlifes. What did you think? Because I know sometimes you say like, oh, there's a certain Conor that I like, this and that. I mean, overall, what did you think? What was your big takeaway? I gave you some of mine. What did you think?
Yeah. On the first question regarding like, was this the Conor that I'm kind of, in favor of? And I think at this point, there's a certain level of salesmanship, of promotion that's kind of required for every single thing he does, no matter how honest it's going to be, no matter how, no matter how authentic we want him to kind of come off. And I think we were at that baseline level of this was perfectly authentic with just enough of the promotion. So I was satisfied with what we got from Conor for sure.
Oh, wow.
Whereas typically, most of the time when he's doing appearances in media, I'm not always thrilled.
And what was your big takeaway? Like, or
the most interesting parts for me was when he was talking not about Mayweather, because I think we all know that's what he wants, that's what Mayweather wants. There's no secret there. There's not really any debate about it. It's the most money for both of them. They both want it. The promotions both want it because they can make a ton of money. There's really no mystery to it. Now there's still a lot of mystery in how it's going to actually get done, but the wanting to have that happen is not a mystery. I thought the most interesting stuff was when he was talking about other fighters, whether it be Aldo, Habib, Tony, calling them bums and various things like that. Clearly not really respecting or showing interest in fighting them. Or talking about Nate, who I think he's setting himself up for with a trilogy fight. What if Mayweather doesn't happen first? I think.
But can I just interrupt? The psychology behind what he said about Nate, I thought was very interesting. He said, like, look, you had the opportunity to get back into the discussion with me when Floyd called you, and instead you took his bait and were used sort of as a pawn, right?
Absolutely, and that's why I found that part so interesting.
Yeah.
Because his commentary on Nate. Is much more interesting than his commentary on McGregor. On Mayweather.
Mayweather, fair.
And so I think that he's setting that fight up. Should Mayweather not be the next fight, I think that's probably the fight that he would have his eye on is that trilogy fight. And I was also interested.
He did say he goes back to the queue now.
Yeah, but he called Tony and Habib bums who aren't even like worthy of. He said they need to elevate the entire division needs to elevate before anybody's even ready to fight him.
Yeah,
and he talked about
GSP.
He talked about and that was endlessly fascinating. How he was the one who brought up the
union,
unions and associations.
Yeah,
and kind of in a mocking manner, he was like, "What the f is going on here?" Which I think a lot of us had the reaction. And Ronda Rousey, how he felt about the comparisons between him and her, and people kind of drawing that comparison in a way that he hadn't necessarily been party to. He wasn't really interested in it. So all the stuff that was not about Conor McGregor, essentially, I was interested in.
Well,
his viewpoint on everybody else was the most fascinating for me. But it's still, then the other stuff, just regarding, I think, he's one of these guys, and it's rare, who he's ascended to a certain level, but he hasn't forgotten about his fans. Yes, the people in there, make no mistake about it, the people in there paid a lot of money, but he respects and understands that they paid a lot of money and is always willing to give him a show, always willing to give him his time. And I think that's an important thing for somebody of his stature. So all in all, an interesting 1 hour.
An experience with.
Not surprising from the respect that he was late for his own interview. But well done to you and well done to Conor.
Well, thank you. It was it was, like I said, it was quite the experience. It was cool to see just how touched he was by the fact that 5,000 people were there just to see us talk,
And that's kind of what I'm getting to. Like, he's not one of these guys who has completely forgotten about that. And I think that can happen when you've reached a status that he has.
Fun times. All right. We will see what happens. Now, let me ask you about Denver.
Sure.
If I say Shevchenko's win over Pena, Masvidal's win over Cerrone, and Ngannou's win over Arlovsky, and let's just throw in Knight's win over Caceres because I thought it was impressive. Which one impressed you most?
Masvidal over Cerrone, just because of caliber of opponent. Now, actually, this is a good platform to kind of talk about this.
Okay.
Every time Donald Cerrone loses,
as opposed to a different platform that you're on?
I didn't want to put it on Twitter because it's a little bit more
I know.
nuanced.
Trust me, Lord knows, sometimes Twitter can lead to... I'm getting tweets now from people with actual swastikas in their name.
Oh, my God.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, that's kind of thrown me off a little bit. That's brutal.
It's great.
What I was going to say was, every time Donald Cerrone loses, we hear the same thing. It's always, he didn't look right. Did he take this fight with too little notice? Did he string too many together in a row? I think we have to, at a certain point, stop that. We have to stop making excuses for Donald Cerrone, A, because he doesn't need them because he's a damn good fighter, and B, because that's the fighter that he is. If he went out there and won after stringing together a bunch of fights with not much rest time in between them, it's all about, wow, he's so valiant. He's such a soldier. He's such a competitor. But when he loses, we have the built-in excuse of, maybe he shouldn't have taken this one on such short notice. That's kind of who he is. We have to stop this thing where he didn't look right, quote unquote. He looked fine. He got into a fight with a capable opponent, and I think more than anything, it's just disrespectful to Masvidal.
Yeah.
If every time somebody beats Donald Cerrone, he didn't look right, well, then what does that say about his opponent? And I think it's about time that we just stop that nonsense. He's a great fighter. He doesn't need that, and pay some respect to Masvidal, who's at this point seemed to put it all together. There was a lot of talk about him being kind of hesitant and him being a little bit too on the defensive. It never really looked like he was having to shift it into a higher gear because nobody was really testing him. At this point, he's kind of completely flipped that narrative, and now he's the one going out and getting aggressive and getting these finishes. So respect for Masvidal, respect for Cerrone, and that's my choice for most impressive performance for sure.
Would you agree that was the biggest win of his career, like the win that had been eluding him?
Yes, but I don't necessarily think that he wasn't capable to this point. I don't think it was necessarily that Masvidal has improved. I think his mentality may have changed, and he realized that he needs to make this push. But I think that skill set was always there, and that's what kind of has been frustrating for people maybe about him in the past. But he's damn good, and I think he's going to be in that upper echelon real quick.
But how many times have we had a Masvidal fight where it's a big fight and it's like, he didn't, it just, you know what I mean?
In all of those, it was always, he didn't do enough.
Yeah.
He got outclassed.
No.
He's never getting outclassed. It's always that he couldn't shift into that higher gear. He couldn't pull the trigger enough. And now it looks like that's not a problem, which is fantastic for him. And he's making the UFC great again.
Oh, well done. It really felt like he has put it all together, and moving up to 170 was, I guess, what, at least for now.
I feel like we've had a lot of guys and girls who
Cerrone
have moved up and had success at higher weight classes. It's a lesson for everybody.
Yep. Okay. And what do you think? And Ngannou against Kane, is that a little too soon?
I mean, it's the heavyweight division. Is there really is there that much of substance in the middle that you could really build it much slower? I mean, he's one fight away from Kane, or I say, put his feet to the fire and let's do it if he wants it.
Wow. Amazing.
I mean, what do you do? You do one more fight?
I was thinking one more.
Does it and let's say he comes out and just obliterate, like, I think at this point we kind of know what he is, in terms of he's an aggressive, very powerful striker, and you know, I'd like to see him matched up against, you know, the top of the division. Now, should he lose to Kane, then maybe we go toward a middle step and rebuild him from there. But
too soon.
I just think you have to...
I respect the fact that he's doing it, but just a little too soon. Look at the Derrick Lewis build has been kind of nice.
Has it? I would if you were
too slow.
If you were Derrick, you'd probably argue that it's been too slow.
Yeah.
He's fighting against, you know, a guy who nobody can even pronounce his name, headlining cards. I think he would rather, you know, be fighting Kane and making that paper. So I'd say...
Well, I hope you... I mean, sometimes you fight those guys and you don't make that paper.
Well...
You're fighting on
assuming you win,
sure,
now you're setting yourself up for title opportunities. So I would say let's fast-track Francis.
Valentina against Nunes 2. Who wins?
Oof. It's hard for me to pick against Amanda Nunes right now. I haven't thought on it too hard enough. I think it's a good fight. I'd have to watch some more recent fights, but it's hard for me to pick against Nunes right now.
David Rickles mannequin challenge walkout.
Awesome.
Like it or hate it?
Awesome.
Awesome.
The level of coordination required is... I couldn't even imagine asking people to do that. He had to get the fans involved. He had to get the staff involved. The camera, like, unbelievable. A++++. Now, it's jumped the shark, but it was so good. Like, the mannequin challenge itself has jumped the shark, but it was so good and so well orchestrated that that doesn't even matter.
I agree.
A+.
It was amazing. He has really set the bar high for walkouts, especially when fighting in Kansas City.
That is next level.
Okay, let me quickly touch on the London situation. So now the new main event, Junkie first reported it, Corey Anderson versus Jim Manuwa. Now, this was on the card, and they tried long and hard to find a main event, and for various reasons, they didn't. Is this a suitable main event for an arena that last hosted Bisping versus Anderson as far as UFC is concerned? If you're a fan who bought tickets, and by the way, I was told that the tickets were snatched up rather quickly, not quite a sellout, but went, you know, sold very, very nicely in its first week. You know, last few days, hasn't even been a week. Is this acceptable?
Well, I'm going to break some news for you here.
Okay, what you got?
I'm going to be in London at that time.
Oh my.
And so I want to go to the fights, obviously.
What is this, vacation?
No, another honeymoon.
Oh my God.
So I'm going to...
Are we kidding?
I want to go to the fights.
Yeah.
So I would be in prime position to kind of weigh in whether I'd be willing to pay money to go see that main event. And my answer is, yeah, I think it's suitable.
What?
I do. I really do. And
a fight that was already on the card, you know that, and they just bumped it up one.
Yeah. I think that the game has changed. The game has changed, and you have to kind of never more than right now has the, you know, fight card subject to change, and you know, the idea that if they're putting something on sale without a main event and you're buying it, that's the nature of the beast at this point. It's going to continue to happen, and you have to kind of prepare yourself that every time they go to somewhere where they haven't necessarily been in a while, or and this is the UFC that is hasn't gone to somewhere that they've necessarily been in a while, or going to somewhere new, that the fight card is going to be, you know, not necessarily the headliners that you would have expected from yesteryear. It was much easier to plan that previously. I think it's fine. I really do. And I think that if you have a problem with it, then maybe you should have waited to buy those tickets.
Okay, well, that's the most interesting thing that you said, in my opinion, because there are two major takeaways here. A, I feel like there's just too many cards, and they don't have enough headliners. And this is just, I mean, how can you argue against that? They don't have anyone to fill up these cards as far as headliners.
Yep.
They're taking fights from pay-per-views, putting them on FS1 as far as headliners, Lewis Brown. So that's the big thing. We kind of knew this, but it's becoming more and more apparent, in my opinion. Also, two, very underrated thing, Joe Silva, as polarizing as he was, as controversial at times as he was, he worked very quickly. I mean, if you texted Joe Silva, he was texting you back within minutes, no matter the time of day. And I do think that we didn't really take into account, all of us, fighters included, the transition from Joe Silva to McMaynard, from Joe Silva and his weight classes and Sean Shelby and his weight classes to Sean Shelby now taking over for Joe, making those, connections, those relationships happening, and then McMaynard coming in. I mean, this is a mass. It's not a seamless thing, and Joe stuck around for a couple extra months, but he is not Shelby and he is not Maynard, and he worked at a very, very, very quick pace. And so I think that's why these cards are filling up a little slower than we're used to. I think it's backwards to put tickets on sale for a show, have the card but no main event. That's not the way things are done. Usually you have the main event and then you fill up the rest of the card.
Yeah.
I think that the days of saying we're going to X, Y, and Z city and then we'll worry about the card later needs to be rethought a little bit. I think that they got it right in Cleveland. They weren't going to Cleveland before 198. Stipe wins, they go to Cleveland. You got to take the fights to the best place possible. And yes, Manuel is from London, so that makes sense. But this wasn't a main event. They told us already that they didn't consider this a main event. And now they're bumping it up because they need to fill a slot. And I do think that, look, I feel for the London fans, the English fans, the UK fans, because these are people who stay up till 6 a.m. to watch this, and they're snatching up these tickets without a main event. And does it not feel a little bit like you're taking advantage of that? If these tickets did not go on sale the way they did last week, would they have been okay with doing that, or would they have tried a little harder to make a main event, that really got everyone excited, and then tickets were bought? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. But the question is, if they come back next year or whenever they come back,
the fans have to respond.
The fans have to say no. They have to say what you did last time. That I didn't think that was a satisfactory main event, and then not buy the tickets. If they're going to continue to buy the tickets, I have a hard time, stumping for them. I have a hard time.
They're showing good faith. They want to be there. The UFC comes once every year.
Have a great fight. They're going to have a great.
There's some great fights. I mean, they just announced this Makwan Amirkhani versus Arnold Allen. I mean, there's some great fights on the card. There's no doubt about it. But that's not Bisping Silva. You can't go from Bisping Silva. You know what I mean? And by the way, flip side, just so people say, oh, you're being too negative. Remember, it was originally Bisping Mousasi, tickets sold out, and then they gave him Bisping Silva. So maybe this is kind of making up for that gift.
Look, they're not all the first thing you said was the only thing that really matters. There's not enough headliners. And so we have to realize that. And you can't bank on buying a ticket to this event saying, "Oh, they'll make good on it." You have to take it at face value. It is what it is. Wow, I hate that. But you have to take it at face value and buy tickets accordingly. And I think it's a fine main event. I really do.
All right. There you have it.
I want to be there.
By the way,
be in the house.
Any and all fans who complain and who have been hounding me and sending me tweets, please direct them now to New York Rick. He says it's fine. Please, I will just send you over. I'm going to figure out a way to direct your tweets to him.
I'm going to be there.
Yeah, well, and what is that all about? I mean, are you missing? Are you missing a show?
We'll see.
Wow, breaking news. This is the real breaking news. What is this? March? When is that show? March 8th or something?
It's mid-March.
Wow. All right. That's 18th, how we're rolling here, huh?
Yeah, so I will be there. You can take it out on me there.
Wow.
Buy me a pint.
Wow. How about this? Okay, interesting.
It's been an eventful show.
Yes, it certainly has. Ally Quinta, good news. It seems like he's back. Hopefully we'll hear from him soon. Seems like he's back on good terms with the UFC.
Are you alive? Tweet.
Yeah, where's Al?
Show us some Twitter.
No, actually,
some love on Twitter.
He told me that he's going to Australia this week for a seminar. Okay. So he's making that coin. He's GDPing.
We need some Al on Twitter back in.
I agree. The Spanish or the English version. Aldo says that he wants to box. Can we put a stop to this, please? Why is everyone doing the same thing? These threats.
Why not?
It doesn't work. No one ever actually boxes. Going back to Nate Diaz, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, you gotta start the process though.
You got to come up with a new angle. Say something else. Say sumo wrestling.
I mean, it used to be pro wrestling, right? It used to be I'm going to go pro wrestling. Yeah, is that not like Brock Lesnar leveraging one against the other when he was angling to go back to pro wrestling? I suppose,
but it wasn't quite like this. I'm not getting what I want. I'm going to box.
I think it was. I mean, maybe not. I don't know enough about it, but it seemed like that's kind of what did end up happening. But either way, I think, who knows? Maybe Aldo really wants to box.
I'm sure he does, but they're not going to let him unless they're promoting it as well.
Yeah.
They're not doing all these boxing matches. Let's not go crazy.
Maybe get I don't know, fishing license.
How about maybe on the undercard of McGregor Mayweather? Wouldn't that be something?
Aldo, I don't see Aldo.
By the way,
to do that.
Let me just blow your mind. McGregor Mayweather, Aldo Pacquiao. Come on.
That's the only circumstance.
4 million
happening.
4 million.
10 million.
Wow.
4 million. I think McGregor and Mayweather alone can get 4 million. If you put Aldo,
you think it breaks the record?
Oh yeah.
Wow. Look at you all up in it.
Oh yeah. No, I mean just the level of
hype, promotion.
The level of promotion. They're both masters at sales. The media attention that it's gotten already before it's even close to being realized, it's leading up to.
I think I just blew my mind. Aldo Pacquiao, Mayweather McGregor.
Does that actually add any pay-per-views? Probably.
Hell yeah, it would. You kidding? Pacquiao just being involved on the show?
I don't think Aldo would add much. I think it would just be Pacquiao being involved, yeah.
And I mean, but think about it. McGregor's biggest rival, Aldo, Mayweather, Pacquiao. I mean, just them all, those four being in the same room for like a press conference. How about that?
It'd be amazing. Because everybody would be talking to McGregor and Mayweather.
Yes, that's true. Okay, last thing. A lot of people have been asking me about Korean Zombie. I actually have an interview with him coming up this week, so do not fret. I have talked to the man and some interesting responses. Let me get your quick predictions before we go. Chan Sung Jung, the Korean Zombie, returning for the first time in 3.5 years against Dennis Bermudez. Who wins?
That's a tough return fight. I got to go with Dennis just on the basis of 3.5 years is too long to.
Wow.
I think Bermudez gets it done.
Alexa Grasso against Felice Herrig.
Alexa Grasso.
You're just an Invicta fanboy, though.
Alexa Grasso is very good.
I agree. Abel Trujillo against James Vick. This is an interesting one. What is that?
I'm thinking. I think Vic can get it done. I like James Vick there.
Okay. And what about Miss Angela Hill? Some very interesting comments. What a debut for her on this program.
She brought it.
Angela Hill against the quote-unquote overrated Jessica Andrade.
I'm going to have to go with Jessica Andrade.
Wow.
I think she's on a path to the title.
This is you trying to compensate for your Invicta homerism. So
yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Not just picking the fights.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I wanted to get your breakdown of the Royal Rumble last night, but I'd rather shoot my brains out. So we've run out of time.
Oh wow, you're so cool for not watching the Royal Rumble. Man.
I'd rather, as Luke would say. What would Luke say? Like, I'd rather I'd rather inject my eyeballs with jalapeno. I don't know. He always comes up with these weird scenarios. But yes, was it good? Did you enjoy it? Did you have fun?
Actually, surprisingly not.
Oh, there you go.
I usually enjoy the WWE pay-per-views that I check in for. Didn't enjoy this one.
Wow. It was just boring?
Yeah, the Rumble match is usually like fun. That's why I watch that and WrestleMania every year, but it wasn't fun. It's kind of boring.
Randy Orton wins? I mean, what is this, 2006?
Yeah. Well,
who cares?
That was fun. That was the fun part. I like Randy Orton, but no, didn't do it for me this time.
Are you going to watch WrestleMania?
Of course, yeah.
Wow.
That's the big show.
Okay, all right. I thought maybe
you're going to watch WrestleMania too, and you're going to pretend like you didn't.
God is my witness. I will not watch it. Unless Mr. McGregor, who, by the way, mentioned... Yeah. If that happens, then fine. I feel like I should. But otherwise, I'd rather inject my... I don't know. No, I have no interest whatsoever. All right. That's it. Anything else? Any parting words?
No, it was a good show. We had fun.
Thank you. You say that like you're almost surprised. To all the people, by the way, last thing, to all the people, by the way, who like to comment, oh, this is a weak lineup. You know what? Enough. I don't want you to watch if you're going to say that.
They weren't expecting you to play Dr. Drew.
I know what's going to happen, okay? Just can you trust me by now? Can you trust me? I know what's going to happen, all right? Just trust me, okay?
I think we have to crack the Derrick Lewis nut and...
What do you mean crack the Derrick Lewis nut?
I think at some point we have to maybe get his ex on the phone and see what we can do.
That's my next goal.
That's the next
one. That
might
be a little tough. All right.
That's it.
Good stuff.
Well done this weekend.
Thank you. All right, you can hit my music. Again, thank you to everyone who watched on Saturday. That was really nice. That was fun. It was cool to meet all the people. So many fans of the show in Manchester, and also fans of New York Rick. You would never guess it, but look, people actually like the guy. It's amazing. I love when they ask me, "Where's New York Rick? Is he here?" Like, what do you think? I just bring him along like one of those little puppies in the bag and on the plane. What do you think? The guy has a life. Can't fit in one of those bags anyway. Not that small. But yes, a lot of people do do ask me about him, and it was very nice to hear all the people say nice things about the program, and it was just a cool thing to be a part of. Not sure if I'll ever do something like that again, but for one night only, it was fun. It really was. Anyhow, very fun show today. I thought I would be a lot more tired, but I actually stayed on New York time. I didn't change the clock on my phone so I could stay on New York time. I didn't go sleep Saturday night so I could just take the plane, fall asleep on the plane, and then, so, you know, it actually worked out. I know you don't really care about any of this. I'm probably talking for too long, so let me just thank everyone who stopped by. Thank you very much to Francis Ngannou. I love saying that name. The Predator. Cain Velasquez next? That's amazing. We'll see. Thank you very much to Angela Hill. Great debut for her. Really good stuff, and looking forward to her fight on Saturday night in H-Town. Go Falcons. Yes. I might watch it. I'm not sure. I might go all hipster and not even watch the Super Bowl for the first time. That's how little I care these days. Thank you very much to Anthony Johnson. Good luck to him, April 8th. Thank you very much to Quinton Jackson. Please do send us a picture, something of you and your girl getting back together. What a beautiful moment. Thank you very much, Derrick Lewis, Ashling Daly, Brian Stan, Valentina Shevchenko, Ryan Bader, and to all of you who stopped by, thank you very much as well. Back next week, same time and place. Tell us, peace.